There we go. Good evening. Gotta move some stuff. There we go. Yeah. Hairs on the keyboard. This is the only con of a mechanical keyboard, is that you end up with, you know, it's like, especially as a guy with all facial hair and long hair and what have you, it's like, feels like every 5 minutes I'm cleaning hair out of this thing. And of course dogs and cats and, well, a cat, but still. You know, it's like animal hair, animal hair, person hair. Lots of dust. Mechanical keyboards are very hard to keep clean. There we go. I just had this thought again that, and it's similar because Triangle Strategy, we finished that last week, and it's like, oh wow, this might be the last time in a while that I hear this as like my routine for part of the week, and every time I listen to a main theme of a game, and I get used to it, I get a little like, oh, I might not hear this again for a while. You know, obviously, of course, I can look it up, but it's like, you know, I don't tend to think of that on the, you know, I don't do that regularly, so it's still like, it can be very different when you have something like that. Man, last time we actually got up to the Sylvites, which that didn't go very well because Ramirez and Galcian showed up, so that was nice. And right now, this is the night before we're gonna go try and fight Galcian, because we're gonna try and catch him while he's going through and trying to intimidate everybody into being under his rule. Okay. And now I have to go find Fina and Aika because they need comfort because it's the night before a battle. And I understand, because I can only guess that, hey, we're fighting for the fate of the world. Should we be scared? Absolutely. Hi, Aika. How you doing? Hi, Aika. Are you doing up this late? Should I be asking you that question? What are you doing out here? Good point. I should answer you first, I suppose. I don't know, I crawled into bed, but I couldn't sleep. Yeah, I'm just scared. Doesn't like me, I guess. Hey, don't worry about it. I'm scared too. Tomorrow's gonna be our toughest battle yet. Hi, Luna. How's it going? Good evening. How's it going? We get to do all the character stuff. It's church tomorrow, so it doesn't mean I'm not afraid of anything anymore. Ah, Vice. It's fun. It's fun seeing these two characters get to talk again. Harder than for me to remember you as the kid next door. This music is very good. Going well, just working. That's good. That's good. Yeah, Luna. I was coming into this. I'm like, man, I have to go. I probably have to do a lot of big fighting. All right, at tomorrow's battle. Don't be scared. Oh, hey, I bet Galcian is scared too. I could guess that Galcian is scared. Okay. Yo! We're gonna make... Oh, man. Yeah, hey, yo! Dad's here, remember? If I go down and find Fina and she does the same thing, I'm gonna be like, brother, how do I live with myself? I just look, it's like, yo! Hey, yo! Hey, yo! Vice here, just being an absolute Omega level Chad. He's just like, how do you... He's just like, how do I respond to girls? His dad's just like, I don't know, man. Figure it out. You're okay, son. You're doing well. Fina, are you doing okay?
Hey.
Ramirez? Oh, no. She's thinking about Ramirez because Ramirez is all sad. I think I'm gonna have to fight him, and one of us will die tomorrow. Sylvite's my duty, but... have one thing to ask of you. Oh, geez, Vice. Oh, geez, Fina also has something to ask of you. Stay by my side. If you're on my side during tomorrow's battle, I know I'll be able to fight him. I mean, that's kind of the point. Great leader. Aw. It's nice to see how far Vice has come in his time, too, because... Gee, did they have to use your in this? Jeez, this is like... Oh. See, that's like, that's the kind of smoothness I wish I could ever have in my life. Wow. Yeah, I can see now why, I can see now. I can see now the triangle. Brother, that is, oh, that's sweet. That's cute. And now we have to go fight a battle of life and death against the tyrant of the world. That makes sense. All right, now that we've had we got to talk to the ladies, make sure everyone's good. Now it's time to almost die. I've been reading some of the comments on the VODs lately, and it's been really fun to see what I saw one where somebody saw the battle the first time we ran into Ramirez, and they commented, it's like, I had to try. Fina's just like, I told you. I'm like, listen, man. Hi, Nama. How's it going today? Trying to figure out what all we're gonna do today with this game, because I'm not sure how we're gonna make things work, but man, I'm doing good, Nama. I've been having some like minor pains, but I think I just pulled something. I straight up feel like I pulled a muscle, and it's just like, it's such a weird spot that doesn't make sense. But that's okay. I've been doing pretty good besides that. It's one of those things where, oh yeah, I just have to deal with a thing, and it's like, ah. Guys, clearly we got the wind behind us. Considering we're about to enter a battle over the fate of the world, the weather's pretty good. Men are getting restless. Oh my goodness. Ah, God, we have to go right into probably the scariest fights. Oh, man. This is the longest they've gone without attacking someone. They're getting jumpy. Wow, Baltor is really just trying his best. The Primrose waits for command. Take good care of Gilder. Albatross 2 is ready. Oh, he's made a new ship. Oh, that's cute. That's great. All right, Gordo. Gilder's crew. Send time. The Ironclad has a bunch of warships, most maneuverable ship in the fleet. We're also hoping they underestimate us. The Tenko and the rest of the Yafatoman Navy. Army, jeez. This is gonna be good. Yeah, we have a lot of ships. And Drachma. Let's get moving. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, we get to... Now this is... this is happening. All right, Delvin is ready when you are. They'll always be remembered. Now it's how it's remembered is up to us. Right here, right now. Let's make history. Yeah. All right. Oh, this is gonna be so good. I'm really hoping this goes well, but also, I'm wondering what's gonna happen. This is scary. This is scary. Galcian Sky Fortress, the Hydra. Oh, he just made a whole fortress that flies. Oh, that's cool. I want to see this thing in action. Wait, so I want to see... Alright, so there's a ship. First stop is Nazar. Since we've already destroyed Nazareth, they will beg for mercy, especially after what we did to Valua. Shall I accompany you? It is not necessary. If any countries resist, I shall destroy them with the rains. Need you here to defend Zoltus and to command Zealous to rain down on our enemies.
Yes, my lord.
Unknown fleet of ships headed this way at attack speed. I can't identify the fleet, but leading the charge is the Delphinus. Should purge the skies of their kind forever. Oh, I see Galcian. Perhaps I should go as well. No. Can I lose Saltus? Return at once. Do not worry. The Hydra will dispose of them. Skies shall weep with your... Wow, that is a raw line. The skies shall weep with your blood? My goodness. All ships full speed ahead. Destroy every last one of them. And they're sending Ramirez back. These fights are going to be interesting. Given my proclivity for my strategies, this is gonna be weird. this is gonna be a tough one. Let's do it. All right, battle stations. Let's do this. Okay, here we go. What's the first? All right, so are we going right in on the... No, we're not. Of course not. We're not gonna go right in on the Hydra. Like, come on, that's not gonna be how this works. Hi, Echo. How's it going today? We're getting started onto the big fights. This is real fear. Value and mateship. Oh yeah, this will be... I can take this guy up quick. Let's see. Actually, wait. I don't think it'll take me more than a couple turns, but we'll see. I don't think it'll take me more than a couple turns for this guy, but this is a good chance for us to test what's coming and see what we're gonna deal with. Let's see. Mateship, huh? And Gilder. Could just take a shot and see what happens. So, oh man, these fights are going to be interesting because I'm looking at what's ahead, right? Just because they're not just doing one fight. Obviously, we're going to be in it's going to be an endurance match for sure. So we're going to have to prioritize resource management on top of having to win each fight efficiently. So I'm going to have to actually be on the ball today, which I don't think is going to be too hard. I just think that if I slip, then I could have some trouble. Hey, Hecko redeemed first. Very good. I've started adding these in. I feel like every time someone gets first, they always get second. I feel like that's just true. Those redeems are fun. I like them. Oh yeah, this will be a quick fight. I'm not too worried about this. Oh yeah, this is gonna be quick and easy. I've been meaning to do both at one point, and that's now done. Hey, you got it though. Okay, well we got a critical, so... Do we have any items we can use? None that I'd want to use right now. Could just focus and... Oh wait, no. Not there. Focus. Magic. Could probably hit him with a Pyrum, maybe? Yeah, we'll do it this way. Yeah, this will work. Wait, when did we get Gilder back? We got Gilder back after we got... Okay, so I have a first ready turned off and it activates the first, which is the same effect, but since who really was first in the description. That's weird. The Hama, we got Gilder back after Enrique left the party for a small period of time to go and try and fix up to try and go help Valua. But when he went to go do so, he was there when the rains happened, but he didn't die. Him and Beliza survived, thankfully. And then we basically swapped Gilder and Enrique because Gilder came by to figure out what the heck happened. Also, Gilder was with us when we went down to Deep Sky. Broken the front line, but reinforcements are closing in fast. Yeah, this is where we got... Okay, yep. So there was a fair bit that happened. Last stream was a lot of stuff that happened between Enrique Enrique helped us go into Deep Sky, and then we went back. We took him somewhere. We took him to Sailor's Island to then get, because then he could go back to Valua. He wasn't able to get his mom to leave Valua, and Theodora and this was a joke last time. I brought it up yesterday, not yesterday. I brought it up last Friday that Alfonso got he had rocks dropped on him. He was at, both of them were in the Capitol building, and it got blown up. It was kind of sad, at least for this channel, given that we have our resident Alfonso simp. But we've decided that with the meme. We've decided that with Alfonso, the meme can die. We're just like, yeah, it's good. It's fine. Let's see. Actually, I'm trying to think of what to do. Cremis. Increm, rather. Focus. Focus. Okay. Yeah, this fight, but I feel like the only downside with how I do these streams is that, like, if you miss like parts of stream, just wondering, Mickey, do you have any musics in MIDI form? I can convert them to MIDI form. I know I have most of my music is available as MP3s, but I make them using Ableton, which is basically MIDI. So yeah, basically it's MIDI. Just file formats can be adjusted accordingly. I also have written music for the channel. Actually, you know that those little like musical blurb things that come up whenever somebody follows, or there's any other event. You know those things that I hope they've been playing. Whenever music plays with the things in the top left, I actually wrote those. Those are little musical blurbs I wrote. I have done that before. Isn't that a... Oh, Pojin! I didn't know you weren't following. Oh my goodness. Thank you for following, by the way. It's nice to see you again. Ah! I have to win this fight. X gonna give it to you. Let's do it. Let's see. Actually, wait. Magic? Magic? I just realized I used in Creme, not in Cremis. I'll need to do this again for the next turn if I want to get that. I don't think I heard musics. If it didn't play just then when Pojin followed, that's something I need to fix, because my volume might have been a little low though. I'll have to double check that though. Yeah, I also I might need to adjust the volume on them as well, but I'll have to check that. That is something that, but I did make those, so but if they're not working, I need to fix that. The problem is that I can't hear it when I'm streaming, because I usually am plugged into a TV, so I don't get to hear I don't hear OBS. Let's see. Actually, we'll do, I kind of want to set up additional magic, so we'll do Quicka. Actually, wait, no. Focus at the end. I think this should be good, and then if I do a guard on the yellow one. Oh, yeah. Yeah. But if anybody can confirm whether or not those have been working, that would be efficient, because I don't actually know. It's bad of me to not know, but... Pojin! Pojin! Yo! It caught me so off guard. I looked down. Is it? Thank you so much for subscribing. Oh my god. I'm still so unused to no musics. I will have to fix that then. Did I hear it? I did not. But my goodness, me neither. Yeah, I'll have to fix that. All right, so I have to fix that. All right. I'll add that to my list for tomorrow, because that is something that needs to be fixed for tomorrow as well. But my goodness. What a way to test it, though. Jeez, Potion. Fix, audio, redeems. Ah. I'm not sure why it doesn't work, though. I feel like that's... I don't know what the deal is with that. Ah. The pain of this stuff. Let me see if... Does this have properties? Does this have... Nope. Properties. cancel. Huh. Oh, look, the enemy's running away. How's it going? Things are going well. Did you update OBS to version? Ah, I didn't update OBS. Ah! Update OBS. Ah, that might explain a huge chunk of that. I might need to update. Let me add that to my list as well. Ah, update OBS. I did not update my OBS. I was waiting on that because I wasn't sure if I needed to yet. Be careful the update. Yeah, I kind of figured that might be what it is that I'll have to update and, you know, like go reset everything, because that's generally what happens. You have to update and reset. Let's see. Complete kit. Yeah, let's use one of these. Focus. Guard. There we go. Heard the update resets everything to default. Yeah, I'll have to. If I have to update everything, I might as well, because that's something I can do during the day and just fix it. That kind of sucks that it sets everything to default, though. Too lazy to fix everything. Plugins need to be updated for, yeah. Thankfully, I guess, graciously, I don't use a ton of plugins. It's mostly just I'd have to set the stream profile back up. Are links permitted? I have one that is related. Yes, links are permitted. The main thing is that I allow all links as long as as long as someone asks me first. It's like, oh, can I post this link? It's like, oh yeah, sure. OBS project 28 plugin compatibility. Ah, so I see. I'm gonna write that down really quick. It's like, graciously, I don't use a lot of plugins, at least, you know, now and yet. It's mostly because I know... It's mostly because I know that I haven't figured out what all I want to add yet. Hydra is dubbed the Flying Fortress. Galaxy must have had his own men complete it. My mother wanted its production stopped because of its magnitude. Why, wasn't it big enough? Battle won't be over until we destroy that thing. Since the update messed me up after an ill-fated stream, I've been warning everyone. Ah, yes. What exactly happened? I guess I should ask to make sure, because I should update it to make sure that it's all working, but yeah, for the plugins especially. It wasn't just plugins especially, because it seems like I think plugins are kind of, they're the first. It's like modding in. It's kind of like modding where, oh yeah, this is gonna, it kind of hurts a little bit. Well, I need plugins that weren't updated yet. Well, see, that's what I mean. I feel like it's kind of like modding in a game where the plugins are in this weird, you know, kind of fugue state where, oh yeah, we have to. Oh geez, you know what? That's actually risky. I'll make a shot, but what I need to do is get an incremis off, or increm at least. Let's see, complete kit, and then focus, because we need the points. Yeah, it seems, but it's like modding where the plugins have to catch up, which I guess that's why I'm kind of grateful I'm currently still running OBS. Be careful here. My closed captions plugin, which is a must-have for me since accessibility is important to me. That's true, Hecko. I think the only reason I'm not using a closed captions plugin myself is because I think I talk too quickly at times and I might throw it off, but I don't know. Ow. Luna, be careful here. Okay, yeah, I will say, it came to mind that, hey, I should probably be a little bit more careful than usual. And you are right. You are right. I'm gonna have to, I'm especially going to have to be careful with what the enemy is going to be preparing. I imagine this thing has some. I'm not here to judge, I'm here to be judging anyways, but that's not what I'm here for. I'm going to be judging anyways. Well, see, I do know that it's a double-edged sword, because I don't have plugins, which means that there's less going on. but I'm also not using plugins, so updating isn't as bad for me. So it's kind of like, oh, it kind of goes both ways. There's no judgment, it's an observation. See, that's what I know. It's like we make our judgments and we have those, but when it's we come to a snap, oh, we understand what's going on. It's less judgy and more, oh, this is an observation. Okay, let's see how much the Moonstone Cannon can do. Then we're gonna need to, we need to build up additional points. Do we have any? Mogi, Arco, Kerala. Okay. Magic. Probably get Quicka down at the end. And I might as well just land an extra shot and see what we can do. But I do recognize that my methods. Be right back. Pupper needs foods. Feed the pupper. Pupper takes priority all times. At all times, the dogs. Any pet takes priority. That is how it works. Oh wow, 25,000 did not do much. Okay. This is gonna be a tough one because it's gonna be a long fight. Wait, how does that thing take evasive action? It's a tower. What is it gonna do? Just go up? What is this thing gonna do? Just take evasive action? It's gonna dodge me? I will say, I'm still like mentally trying to grasp the fact that Poja subscribed, and I like still like way past that point. My brain is still like, oh my god, somebody subscribed. It's gonna hit me. That is going to eternally still hit different. Okay, that thing, at least I'm able to dodge this thing. That's still good. Oh man. Okay. Alright. And now we have Quicka, so now we have additional speed. I hope that this helps. Okay. So red, so we're not gonna attack there for sure. Let's see. Let's go for the X cannon and then crap. Okay, wait, hang on. I use the 10-inch coil. It's gonna be awkward timing, but it's fine. And then actually we're going to need to make a focus there and guard here. There we go. Pojan's amazing. Thank you, Pojan. I will try. I am gonna try and add more emotes and special things as I can. Doggo. I like the doggo emote. It's great. I need to. I will be as the channel continues. I will be adding more emotes and stuff. That is something I plan on doing more, like as consistently as I can. Is adding new things and changing things up as I can. I do want to make follower emote, like new follower emotes and make additional subscriber emotes. The only downside is that quite literally you can't do that until a certain point. Like it's literally a matter of time. You have to wait until you're given those slots. So, it happens. It's one of those things where it's like, oh yeah, you have to just wait. I do like the doggo emote. I like this. This is good. This battle's going pretty well. Thankfully, we're not taking on a ton of damage. But I'm sure that can change in a moment because this thing has a lot going on. Attack the upper part of the enemy vessel. That seems like the smart thing to do because attacking the hull doesn't seem like it would matter. Ah, wrong decision. Got it. No. Okay, this is fine. Oh, because the cannons aim up. Oh, I'm a dingus. Oh, well, that's dumb of me. Okay. Think what I can do though, maybe. I'll try drill nose and see what happens. I don't know if it'll be as good as I think it is, but we'll see. Okay, let's take a crack at this turn. Yeah, I think coming from above would have been a good idea, but all these cannons can aim up, so it doesn't matter. Okay, but drill nose works, so that's good. And with that on, we should be able to do more damage as well as take less damage, so fingers crossed that actually works out as intended. Oh yeah, that's good damage. Okay. It's not too bad. These are the kind of fights that worry me. I'm currently trying to design boss fights that are like the tier before this, you know, like the areas we were in before. I've been designing a lot of boss fights lately and also new areas, and it's just, man, balancing this kind of stuff is a very big numbers game, and certain games have it easier than others in terms of figuring out how to balance all that. But we'll see. I'm still trying to figure out how all I'm going to test it all. Okay, what is that thing doing? Whoa. Oh, that's the gun. Okay, so the ship's hull fell away and there's a giant cannon coming out. The galaxy's getting serious now. I'm kind of surprised though, because that seems like the kind of weapon that would be really hard to fire upwards. At least at a high angle, so I don't know. Maybe I did make a good call, but we'll see. Let's see. What magic to use though? I could just spend time focusing and try to. Actually, no. The be careful part. The be careful part. Yeah, I could definitely see that. Let's see. Magic. I actually think we might have some options here. Maybe. I'm guessing the red section is where I'm going to want to be the most careful, but I do want to take advantage of the fact that we still have a moment of weakness. All right, let's do that. This will work. I do want to make sure that I still get I want to get my hits in. Hey Drifter, how's it going today? I love the sitting lad. I love him. This is excellent. All right, fingers crossed this does a lot of damage. And okay, yeah, 26. That's not too bad. That's not bad. I'm still really worried about that gun though. Evasive. See, I'm still. Yeah, see, don't je suis. I see. I missed. Really? Oh well. Alright. This will be fine. It'll be fine. You know what's the weird thing? I feel like if I saw somebody speaking like a foreign language in my chat, it's like if I knew how to speak it, I would be like, oh yeah, I can at least understand sort of. I do know some French, but my French is not nearly as good as it used to be. Because I took French for a fair while, but I just know how to read it pretty well, but man, imagine if he just misses. He's about to take this shot, he just whiffs. Wow, that looks like okay, yeah, I can't understand that one. I don't know that one. I don't know kanji. Only 5,000. Okay, that's fine. Yeah. I will keep. All right, Drifter. I will keep chat to English only because I have no idea. I cannot read. My brain is too American. Please help. Let's do it that way, and then. Probably should. He sits there for I am. I understand that one. Luna knows that one. He sits there for I am. Oh, I see. I mean, see, chat understands. Yeah, because chat has eldritch powers beyond my means. That does not. I don't know if that's a valid comparison. You know, it's like it's one thing if. You know, it's like, oh, chat, yeah, chat, of course chat understands because, yeah, Chat's an eldritch being that, depending on the streamer, takes on different personalities and traits. Delphoria, I know you've been at it, my man. You've been working. My man be working. My man needs triple lingo. Hey, Daily Stride, how's it going? My man, I need triple lingo. I need the Rosetta Stone. I need the Rosetta Stone at all times. But hey, Devil Flurry, I hope you understand that all of your hard work is always going towards the tomorrow, you know? Like, you're always moving forward, and that's good. My mans. I hope everyone knows that even if you don't get a ton done today, even if not a lot happens and you have to slow down a little, hey, at least you got something done, you know? That's good. Good that everyone's getting stuff done. My Warlock invocation, Eyes of the Runekeeper. Oh, I wish. Oh, man. So, let's see. Attack the upper part of the enemy vessel. Okay, yeah, we're about to trade, aren't we? This is not good. Bro. So, now thinking about that Drifter, you just brought that up. If you had the ability to understand all written language without trying, what would be the first language you'd try to read? Because my first thought was reading Egyptian hieroglyphics. Imagine if Eyes of the Runekeeper worked on programming languages too. Oh my god, that'd be fantastic. That'd be really good. That'd be fantastic, actually. Yeah, Daly's tried the... This is you are pretty much joining in for the end of the end. But you do get to see some cool stuff though. Actually, wait, no. We need to focus and then guard. I think this will work. Ancient Greek. Ancient Greek would also be cool. Oh, that Hydra can's about to mess me up good. Yes, my Warlock patron allows me to read HTML. See, that would be if we're doing a modern day setting for a D&D campaign. Be pretty solid. That was a lot of damage. Oh. You can speak a little Ancient Greek. See, well, Devil Floor, you're also like a being of untold power that we don't fully comprehend. So that's like, that makes sense to me. And otherwise being being Greek is a boon beyond anyone's understanding. We don't know. Actually, I just realized, Daily Stride, this is probably your favorite part of the game because it's the naval section. Boy, really called me a being. I mean, we're all beings. It's just like you're a being of power beyond understanding. To be fair, I'm a being of relative power. I grow relative to how much I can make people happy. It's like that's how it works. I am a non-corporeal being. Quite literally a voice detached from its body. Boy, dissing me. So I'm a being that doesn't understand linear programming. You are correct. My man, you are correct. Also, hey, how's it going today? We're currently fighting probably the most impressive battle station. It hurts. Reasonable. Man's just sad. He called me a madman. To be fair, though, you are also capable of things that are beyond my understanding, so it's like... Man just said he's a joy vampire. Yeah, but it requires other people to be happy, so I have to make them happy, and then it's like it's more like mutual. What is it? It's like symbiosis. I exist by symbiosis. That's how I work. That's my life. That's my lifeblood. Okay, I need to guard twice, so we'll guard twice. I'm not. We need Incremus. Yeah, I can't understand me either. Isn't that a succubus? No, that's no. A succubus is when you have hot demons that can suck out your life force from being too horny. No, symbiosis is like yes, be happy so I may be happy for myself. There's pleasure and joy, right? I mean, sometimes they can sack me. They sack you like Rome. It's impressive. This chat is today. Chat's energetic today. My goodness. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything. That kind of demon. Why is sack censored? It's mostly because I don't know, man. Well, how could I summon them? I think there's books on that, maybe. It's mostly because it's funnier. Remember that changing one letter out of any word can make it funnier. Similarly, adding letters where they're not supposed to be. Like how some people spell Kylie. Succubus is a female demon seeking out men for carnal pleasure that eats them at the peak of said pleasure. Yeah, pretty much. That is exactly it. I remember when I played Shin Megami Tensei 5, I learned a lot about just weird demon lore. She can eat me too. I mean, some people they'd say that's a fair way to go. I understand it. I'm not gonna judge it. I'm just gonna observe because I get it. I'm not gonna do it, but I do get it. You know, like it's one of those things where I'm not gonna do it with you, but I do understand why you do it. She can eat me too. Everyone's just looking for a succubus. I remember learning a lot of lore like that though, and there's a. At some point, whenever I learn how to make polls in chat, I'm gonna ask that question. Let's see, attack the enemy hull. Maybe I change it up this time. Man, I am not making the right decisions. At least this thing is going down. You summoned a succubus for a hug. I would summon a succubus just to go to the movies, because then I have somebody who'd force me to go, and I wouldn't have to. I wouldn't be weird about it. Let's see. I need complete. Need to focus. I probably should be hitting him more, but I don't know if that's a good idea. Wow, I forgot. I kind of forgot that Gilder does not have much magic. Summoned for explicit hand-holding. So it's like you see your cosplaying girlfriend at a convention. Summon a succubus just because, I mean, she'd have the best costume. Oh, jeez. Cosplaying. Cosplating. That cosplating is when you get a girlfriend who's willing to wear armor with you. If you're willing to get in full kit combat gear, that is cosplating. Cosplaying is when you dress up in a costume. No, you weren't supposed to see the spelling error. I see any spelling error. Great for a Ren Fair. Yeah, it would be fantastic for a Ren Fair, though. You are right. See, the problem is I see all spelling errors. There's nothing you could do to escape that. If I see a spelling, like if it's a spelling error, my brain immediately catches it. That's how it works. That said, if you misspell something in another language, I won't know any better, so that is kind of a boon. I can only be grammar totalitarian in English until I learn another language. Spelling error. Spelling error. Spelling error like that is Eyes of the Grammar Keeper. Eyes of the Grammar Keeper is definitely the ability I chose at level 3. I think that's the one I would definitely take at level 3. Not quite level 2, because I think at level 2 you have to go Agonizing Blast, of course. You can't choose one of the other ones. Just not how it works. Let's see, quick I don't really think this is helping much, so I'm just gonna... I could just dump in on him and see what happens. Sure, why not? How about I just dump in and see what happens? Let's see. Let's do Crystallum and then Guard. There we go. This'll work. Eyes of the Grammar Keeper. You can immediately spot any spelling error that anyone makes. And if you spot somebody's spelling error, when you dump intelligence for con, that's playing a barbarian. It'd be the other way around if you're playing a wizard. This ship did not dump con though. This thing's been a tank. This is an aerial tank. Look at this thing. This is like, besides the thing that calls down the rains, Soltis. Besides Soltis, this thing is basically the Death Star. Like, look at this thing. It just keeps shooting. It's a 360-degree wall of cannons. Okay, that was pretty good. That's not too bad. I can imagine though how that'd feel. Dumping intelligence though is basically the move you have to do if you're gonna in real life, you're gonna spec into any sort of sports majors or like being a major league sporting, like being into major league sporting, you have to dump intelligence. Like, because dumping charisma, not a good idea. Dumping wisdom, not a good idea. Hold person is mean. What if you dump int for wisdom? You're a druid, and you're probably gonna be like, you know, you're gonna be into some plants, medicinal herbs. That's how it works. You're the kind of druid who is really more into plant magic than any form of you're a lot more into plant magic than you are into dump wisdom for charisma. That is being, I guess, Axl Rose, if you want to be specific, but that seems a little mean, but he's really good at performing. I just don't think that he has the perception to handle himself. Is this gonna be how it works? Just give me con and strength. My man's playing a true fighter. Let's see, what am I gonna do here? I need to really look at what I'm dealing with here, because this is kind of dangerous the whole way through. I'm gonna try Crystallum again and see what happens. Focus. Guard. Okay. This battle's definitely one of those ones where, you know, slow and steady wins the race. I think this is this is definitely I think Luna was correct on the onset that I have to just be careful, and this is fine. My man's playing Grounds of Dystopia. Wait, who's playing Grounds of Dystopia? What the heck? Ow, 8,000 damage. Ow. That did a lot more than I was expecting. All right, that did pretty good damage though, 3,000. So we're getting close. You need to know how to use your stats. Your barbarian can identify magical objects. You can break it. Isn't magic. That's gonna be me if I ever get around to playing. If I ever get to be a player again, I would want to play a character that requires my brain to turn off. I don't know. It'd be a fun exercise in how do I play a character. Like, how do I play to character if it's the antithesis of how I am in real life? Because I really like analysis and research. So playing a character who doesn't do that would be hilarious. Like, forcing myself to do something like that would be fun. It would be a very fun exercise. Try this. Ugh. Okay, well, let's hope this works. Complete kid. Focus. Oh, wait, no. You know what? Crystallum. And then 10-inch cannon. We'll just go all-out attack on this one. If I can end the battle... Nah. That's not good. That's not good. You know, it's a good thing that my ship has taken more than one of these, but man, I can see Sonic driving his plane in the background. Is he? I can't... I feel like I need to look... Oh. Okay. By the skin of my teeth, I see. I see. Oh boy. If this is a knockout, then I win. If I don't, this is probably going to be the end of the battle, and not in a good way. Oh lordy. Okay. But is that a victory, though? The real question is that a victory? The enemy ship has been severely damaged trying to flee from battle. Galaxy's trying to run away. We can't let him escape. We've got to go after him. Yeah, what are you trying to do escaping? That's not how this works. Don't try to run. Hey, we got the captain ship. And a moon cannon. That sounds pretty good. Yeah, get out of here, Galcian, you big nerd. You try to run away? Delvinus is a good ship, man. Alright, I give up. How's that thing still flying? How are they getting away? They're a giant tower. We have to do this the old-fashioned way. Prepare to board the Hydra. We're going to fight Galcian face to face. Oh man, we get to do. This is exactly what we did in the very first. Like, this is what we did in the beginning. This is the tactic we did in the beginning of the game. And here's Vice just being an Omega level Chad. Man, I just had the realization. Wait, is that man wearing a clear eye patch? It's more like a scouter at this point. It actually works like a scouter. It's more like a visor thing. Hi, Enrique. Vice, I will be waiting here. I brought plenty of medicines and healing crystals with me, so if you get wounded, just let me know. I'll take care of you. No problem. Okay, hold still. It's more like a scouter kind of thing where he actually had a special lens put in it so he could spot invisible fish. All right, thank you. Thank God. All right, everything went better than expected. He has an observer. Pretty much, actually. It's actually pretty cool. It's nice. Okay, items. Okay, I am gonna really quickly. I'm gonna go here and use that captain stripe though. And a complete kit, because man. Oh, man. Discount scouter. Hey man, this is a Sega game. It's fine if it's a discount scouter. I'm okay with this. I am running into a wall. In we go. I do appreciate the scouter though. Whoa. Oh, this ship looks cool on the inside though. Oh yeah, this is what I like, is when they show you the insides and you get to learn all the cool internals in a ship. The heck? Wait. Okay, I'm making sure I'm not gonna go somewhere that I don't know where I'm going yet. Okay, pole. Door. We'll go pole first. Okay. This is where we have to explore a little bit and make sure we find anything we need to find in here. Let's see. Ah! All right, first non-ship battle of the stream. Here we go. What the heck are these guys? All right, they're yellow. Does using yellow on yellow not work, or is it fine? No, it's not fine. Okay, got it. We'll use silver. I think silver also doesn't work very well. No, it works just fine. Yeah, it works fine. Okay, good. But we're not going to do any of that because we're here for Lambda Burst. Actually, wait, why would I do Lambda Burst if I have Omega Cyclone on hand? I do kind of want to watch this one, at least once. Clear eye patch, magical item, once per day you can see invisibility. I don't know if oh yeah, that's right, we have to destroy the Earth. Hang on. Check this out. I forgot. We have to destroy everything. Ooh. Destroy everything! Disrespect your surroundings! I did it. That did not do nearly as much as I thought it would do. What the heck? Okay, that's not good. That's not good. That tells me that I am vastly underestimating the situation. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's not good. I think I'm gonna go back to Lambda Burst after this one. Ow. Alright, just Glock him. Okay, that actually tells me a fair bit, actually. Because now I know pretty well now that this area is a... This ship is definitely going to need a fair bit of leveling to be able to handle. Which also means that Galcian is probably going to be a nightmare to deal with. Even with proper leveling. Omega Cyclone is actually a really bad attack. I never use it when I never get it when I play. I like it because it's red damage. Lambda Burst is really strong, but Omega Cyclone is pretty good though. Like a true wizard using 5d6 fireball. We downgraded fireball. How do we do that? This is real danger hours if we're downgrading. Bonk. Ow. Lambda Burst is way better. It is way better. I think I just wanted to try Omega Cyclone to see how it does. But now seeing what it does now, that is very good to know. I'm checking some stuff really quick. Apologies. What did it say? Drifter, what happened? I see a question mark. Amber's way better. Let's see. Isn't it 5d6? No, it's 8d6. Fireball itself is 8d6. 5d6 is 5d6. I don't know what attacks do 5d6. I can't think of anything that does 5d6 actually. I'm trying to think of if there is any spells that do 5d6. Imagine trying to like think. I do need to handle one thing really quick because I see there's something I need to handle. I'm not a wizard, I'm a sorcerer. Yeah, sorcerers don't really tend to use fireball, do they? Okay, I think I handled it. I'll just check on it later. Oh, X cannon. I got another X cannon, really? Oh, that means, well, that's not too bad. Let's see. Probably wise I check every corner. Ah. Not unless you're Draconic Bloodline Fire Sorcerer. Yeah, that's usually what it is. Assassin. Oh, these guys again. I am to burst. Focus, and then attack. I do not like the assassins. I do not like the assassins. They are kind of scary. Oh, there's two of them. I didn't even see the other one. Oh, geez. Yeah, these guys could do a lot of damage, though, so I don't want to leave them up for long. These guys are gonna... The fact that these guys are regular enemies now does tell me a lot, though, about where I am. If these guys are regular enemies, we are definitely dealing with some strong ones. Actually, I might as well just have Fina do... I'll do Lunar Winds just in case. I might as well choose moves that don't use... If they don't use any MP, then I'll try to use them as much as I can. Because that means that I can deal damage without wasting a lot of resources. And that would be pretty solid. Run right up on him and shoot him. Melts minute meteors. That one's pretty good.
That was easy.
Alrighty. We're coming up on the hour though. How's everyone's day today? I've been having some like minor like pains. I figured I pulled a muscle or something, but it's like it's right in the sternum, so it's been awkward to sleep, and it's just like I can't. There's like so many things I can't do that don't agitate it, so it's like it's kind of annoying. But it, you know, it's like otherwise today was actually pretty productive. I actually got a lot done. What am I dealing with? Whoa. This is cool. Whoa. Ah! You get to run around on top of this? This is sick. I really do like I like how this kind of stuff works. Let's see. Let's get rid of the Marauders first. And the burst. Might as well just be casting something that does damage. Oh wait, no. Focus. Focus. I know what I'm doing. Wah! I gotta fix things. Had to check some things. Ugh. It's always awkward whenever you spot something that you're like, hey, I gotta check this. It's like, ugh. Oh wait, no, go back. Lunar wins and then attack. Alrighty. These battles are, this is interesting to me because this is definitely end game kind of thing, right? Where you have enemies that are really not just strong physically, but they're tactically strong too because they have abilities that let them really start to show off a semblance of, you know, they show off a lot of complexity because you have to deal with them in different ways. Obviously, I'm just blasting through them, but that's because I prepared. I also prepared in advance, which was a very important thing that I did much earlier in the game. I basically put myself ahead of the curve for a very long time. I see, so I have to enter and exit through these areas multiple times. Okay. Alrighty, let's see. Anything here? Alright, there's a pole down. Interesting. I do want to go through this whole area and try and figure out what all is here. Empty room. It's best we explore some anyway. Back. I doubt I'll be able to come back here, so good that I take things in as I can. I still love that. At least these guys aren't, it's not horrible, right? It's not like I'm like in a really big tight bind fighting these guys. It's more like I'm at level with the enemies that I'm dealing with, which is good. It would have been really sucked if that had happened. Let's see. Might need to open something up on the side. Where? At least we're getting a lot of counterattacks off, which I think that's really solid. We've been getting a lot of those recently. Okay, let's see. Marauder, Lambda Burst again. Lunar Winds, attack. Why aim? Why aim when I can just do this? Let's see. I do like the animation for this though. I don't know. I have not seen the animation for Lunar Winds that much, and it's really funny to me. It just looks really silly, you know, where it's like, oh man, this is just weird. It's just this weird. It's this weird looking animation that's just really fun. We won! We won! I appreciate the weirdness of this animation. I just like how weird it is. Just like, oh yeah, Cupid gets to the size of a building and just breathes on everyone. I appreciate it. I do wonder, and this is something that's only coming up because every time I see Vice, I think about how much I now wish that this game was on more platforms. Wow. But I'm also thinking about, man, if he was in other games, yeah, puke all over with Steam. Hey, it does work though. Hey, Polar, how's it going today? We're trying to fight all the enemy. When was the last time I used Lunar Glyph? It's been a while. Don't need to do it now, though. I have success. Mobile. My wheel is finally functioning. Oh yeah, you were working. So Polar has been working on a 3D printed racing, like a driving wheel for his racing sim. So he's built a rig so he can play racing games in this manner. It's finally working though. That's pretty good. These guys are kind of scary though. I just realized how scary these guys are. Mobile. Every time you have to do stuff on phone, it's really cool. Yeah, it is really cool, especially just he's been working on some really cool stuff with that. It's really good. Ow. Oh man, that move does a lot of damage. Good God, programming could be a B. It could definitely be. Yeah. Let's see. I'm gonna Cutlass Fury because these guys seem big enough that I should probably start hitting them as hard as I can. I should know. Programming was what I had to do a lot of that in college, and man, if anybody's gonna learn programming, I swear, start as early as you can. Anything you can do to get yourself started, do it. Because it takes a while to learn certain skills when it comes to that stuff. So it's really good for you to start early if you ever want to learn programming. I just remember the last time I saw these guys. The last time I can remember seeing the Hydra Elite was when we invaded the... Let's see. I think we're a lot faster, so I could just attack all. But the last time we saw these guys, I couldn't remember why the Arduino would work. A long story short, I had too many libraries and I couldn't decide what to do. Ah, I see. Very good. But I just remembered the last time I saw these Hydra Elite guys was back when we invaded Vacuo the very first time. Which is kind of surprising now that I think about it. The fact that the last time we saw these guys was, I think, almost a month and a half ago now? It's been a long time since we've seen that part of the game. At least relative to streaming, which... Oh. Alright, let's see. I need to use some crystals. I pressed the X button on accident, like a dingus. Attack from crystals. Excellent. Alright, we're all healed up. Wow, that's a while. Yeah, it's just it has been long enough that I think I was just coming up on double-digit levels, I'd like to say. Perontoseed. Oh, increases power by 3? They want to get a device. Anybody need an MP revival? No. Good. Yeah, it's been quite a while, and it's been a very long journey to get here, but it's amazing to see that we've gotten... It's interesting to think that it's been this long since I started. That looks like the entrance to something deeper, and I'm not going in there yet. That fills me with fear. That is dread. That's menace. I'm not dealing with that. That's menacing. Let's see. I'm gonna go back up really quick and see if there was anything I missed. Just to make sure. No sense in missing anything. Hey, on RPG, how's it been? I think it's been a little while since I last saw you. Yeah, the hallway, I remember being pretty endgame. Yeah, I'm looking down that hallway. I'm like, yeah, no, I'm good. I'll come back. I'll come back in a moment. I need to level up a little bit more. I could test my luck with that, but I already know that my luck is not something that should be trifled with. It is definitely not, hey, you should just, you know, throw caution to the wind and just go nuts. I know better than that. Thankfully, I know better than that. We need to put these guys down. Because I think if I'm going into any sort of finality type of, like any sort of big final, like, not final boss, but like any major bosses, I don't know if it'd be final boss, but it feels like it, because if it's Galcian, I do not want to be underprepared for Galcian. That dude is scary. Who are you? What have you done with our gamble happy? Gamble. See, I like it. See, here's the thing. Yeah, these enemies aren't phased by land burst. This is getting real. Yeah, see, that's the thing. I'm all for gambling, but if it's like just an unnecessary, this is not going to be a risk that can pay off kind of gamble, that is kind of like, okay, now hang on a moment. The key for this one is that I already know I know Galcian well enough that he's probably not going to be fighting alone, which is what's going to make this worse. Because it'd be one thing if it was just him, but I also know that Galcian's not going to play fair. That's not in his nature, and I know that, so I'm not going to risk it. I like to make gambles when they're not going to be just, oh, there's just like no chance. Thankfully, this looks doable. I just need to get a little bit more level.
That was easy.
Thankfully, that seems to be all I need. But you know what, though? You know for a fact that when we start ActRaiser tomorrow, I'm probably going to be right back on my gamble nonsense. Like, oh, is there something I shouldn't be doing right now? Well, time to do it anyway. That is the prerogative. That's the function. Is there anything down there that I missed? I don't see anything. Oh, crap baskets. I don't have any reason to procrastinate. That's not great. Let me look and see. Let me go into the hallway. If I go towards that hallway and there's no music, I'm going back. Let me see. Hey, what's in this hallway? Let me make sure. Oh. I am gonna save though, because it is good that I save my progress right here. But what is this part called? Just to make sure, what's this part called? Galcian ship engine with a save point? Yeah, I'm turning around, so I'll be back. I'll be right back. Hang on. I immediately saw that and realized, yeah, this is not a place to trifle. See, that's what scares me, is more just that this is not a place to trifle. Like, it is dangerous to take this lightly. How is the ship so, like, I know I shot it up a ton, but how is this so messed up already? I think, actually, wait, how much experience is it going to take for me to, oops, nope, hang on. How much experience is it going to take to level up? Almost 2,000 for Vice. Okay. Okay. I think if Vice is leveled up at least one more time, I can gamble it. I can test my luck with that. Because I think that's enough for me to be comfortable. Weirdly enough, you know, that's my comfort zone, is if I have that kind of thing going on, but I don't know if I'd want to risk it otherwise. Especially because these assassin guys are barely phased, so I definitely don't want to risk it if I don't have to. Oh yeah, that's right. That can instantly kill people. Yep, I forgot about that. That attack just instantly kills people. That is not good. Yeah, I was aware of that, and I just, yep. Well, it can happen. Vice, please get back up. We need you. Attacks, Lunar Blessing, Lunar Cleansing. Wins. Lunar wins. And could just do Gunslinger and hope for the best. Well, you know what, though? This is probably it. Of all the things I could recognize, though, this does tell me that going forward is going to be dangerous no matter what I do. Not even kidding. This just tells me that I was right.
Let's try this.
This tells me I was accurate in saying that I should definitely train up a little bit, make sure Vice is leveled up. Because this kind of thing can happen. That is exactly the kind of thing I was worried about. I will say, I'm going to thank these guys for getting too close.
Dance for me.
I love this move so much. It's the most American thing I could ask for. It's nothing but gunpowder. It's amazing. Just chef's kiss. Wow. Chef's kiss. It's the most American thing. Just blow everything up. Wow, those guys do not give enough experience for me to be okay with that. That doesn't feel good. I don't like that. Okay, you know what? You know what? I just realized this sounds dumb, But I think it's because of the fact that I didn't trust my own luck that is why I lost. You know what? No. I'm gonna save. I'm gonna heal up. Okay. I'm gonna heal up and I'm gonna go in there and I'm just gonna face whatever's in here. Whatever. This is fine. I need to trust my instincts. Clearly, any hesitation will cost me. It's one thing if I'm not being careful, but it's another thing if I'm just hesitating. No, I'm gonna go in there. All right, Galcian, you big nerd, where are you? I want to fight. Watch it be a treasure chest room. If I run into Zivlin Bane again in this ship, I'm gonna be upset. Nope, never mind. That looks like the bridge. Galcian must be in there. Nah, that's an ominous ladder. That is an ominous. I guess we'll just have to break that door down, won't we? That will not be necessary. Ah! Hi, Galcian. How you doing? We gonna fight? Couldn't have made a faster drawbridge. That's not good. Galcian. Yeah, that, I still don't feel comfortable with the sword he wields. I'm in danger. Did not realize there were still this many people foolish enough to resist me. Dude, you're wearing a breastplate. You, Vice, have caused me more trouble than anyone. Thanks. It's an air pirate's duty to cause trouble. I feel so accomplished. There's one more thing I'd like to accomplish. I want to rid the world of you. Very amusing, but this world shall be mine. It's a pity you won't be around to see it. Feel my wrath. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. That's a two-handed sword. He's making a statement one hand. Yeah, see, that's what I was thinking. You know what's actually funny? Him and Avlora from Triangle Strategy do the same thing. Where they just walk around one-handing this thing. It's like, oh, I see. I see. I'm in danger. Yellow. What is yellow weak to? Enemies attribute blue and silver? Ah, well, lucky me. Let's see. I don't think he's gonna cast magic, but I don't want to risk it. Let's see. I'm trying to think really quick. I'm trying to be I'm trying to be safe. Great weapon, master feat. I wish it was that good. You kidding me? And this. Focus. We need to start putting pressure on him, so I do want to attack right away. Okay. Yeah, this guy makes a statement by... Oh, wait, how did he close the distance that quick? What the heck? Galcian, back up. Hey. What the heck? What the heck? he just dipped in? Whoa. Terminal. Oh, he's busting out the special techniques right away. Oh my god. Oh, Aika, watch out! He's coming from the top rail! Oh my god! Oh, that did not do any damage. Oh no. Oh, that is dangerous. Okay, okay, let's see. Skull Shield. I need Aika to... Well, Aika's faster, so I need her to... Okay, Incremus. Incremus. Items. Sacrulan Crystal for Aika. Gilder, please just keep shooting him. Okay, jeez. That is an insane move. Sure, you can't do a move like that very often. Oh, he's gonna be spamming it every other turn, I know it. That man, he just straight up busted out the budget on me. Devolver? What is this guy with his anime-looking moves? Oh, that is gonna be... Is that... Wait a minute. That's not an attack. Is it? Nope, that's a buff. That's... Wait, what did he just do? Wait a minute, what did he just do? Wait, what does Devolver do? What? Whoa. That is scary. If a move doesn't have a physical effect, I don't know what that means. What did he just do? What does that mean? Oh, he has auto guard. I see. I see. That's what that move does. He made sure that next time Eiko won't survive. He's really making sure next time. My goodness. Okay, I kind of want to keep using Skull Shield just to make sure he doesn't land another fatal attack, but I can't just wait for him to go down. Okay. Okay, let me... Oh, geez. I'm gonna have to be... He's electric. I'm not gonna get it that way. Let's see. It's weak to blue, though, so Wevlum might be good. Or... Yeah, let's try Wevlum. I might as well see what it does, because if I can see the damage, that'll be good. Bet it's a counter. It seems like Devolver let him counter Gilder's attack, which seemed... That was important, but I'm curious what else that he can do. Okay. Yeah, let's just... We need to just start... We need to beat this man up. Alright, just... We need to beat this man. Put him down. Okay, jeez. Okay, that did not do a lot of damage. That's not good. That's not good. I'm looking at this damage output, and that is worrying. He's only taking a couple hundred per hit. Oh, and he has an afterimage on his sword. Any man who has an afterimage on his swings is to be feared. What is up with all these cool sounding moves? Who is this guy trained by? Freaking Soul Society? Oh my god. Is that...
Destroy.
Oh, that was supposed to be... What did that do? Oh my god! Soul Society too accurate. Oh my god, you gotta be kidding me. He resets your buffs? Oh, that is just pain. Oh, that's real pain. Okay, what do I do? Let's see. No, attacking is kind of well, that's risky, but Skull Shield, focus, attack. Okay. You know he's gonna follow that up with an obliteration attack too. Yeah, that's why I'm trying to do everything I can to stop him. This is scary. Man, it's straight dropping the scariest moves possible. Are you kidding me? That's some of the scariest things. It's just like, oh yeah, I'm gonna wipe out all your buffs. I'm going to absolutely blow up your mage. It's like, yeah, you want to see your girlfriend get RKO'd from the top of the ship? Like, what? That's terrifying. Oh god, no. Please don't do this again. Okay. Oh, you can't skip his moves? Oh, you gotta be kidding. Oh no. This is straight up this is some stuff from Bleach. Oh god. Yeah, he got rid of my buffs just for this. Oh god, Vice. Oh god, no. Oh, thank goodness I lived. Okay, item. It's a Krulin Crystal for Vice. S move. Okay, actually, wait. No, we absolutely need Incremis back on, because we are not gonna live if we don't. At least he isn't doing Tafina. Bankai. If this dude whips out a Bankai, I'm out of here. I'm not dealing with that. Okay, I can't bank on this, but if I can use Aura of Denial the same turn he's gonna try and use Neglora, that would probably be that'd be really sick. I'm gonna do it anyway, because I'm kind of scared.
Your petty little tricks won't work on us.
Alright, if he does try to shut me off again, I'll be fine. Fusion dance with Ramirez for final boss. Oh my god, if that was what really happened, if that's what happens, I'd be like anything even remotely close to that, I would be terrified. Attorneys? Why do you have silver magic? Why do you have any of this? Okay, good. Thankfully, I think that Aura of Denial Aura of Denial stops that. Okay, that's good. Thank goodness. How did he? What did Ramirez teach him silver magic too? Like what the heck? Dude has straight up every magic. That's terrifying. Okay, I might want to just start throwing. I might just want to start throwing down Aura of Denial every turn just to be safe. Because I do not trust him. I am gonna Cutlass Fury though. I'm gonna try blue though, see if that helps. Cutlass Fury. Ugh, what do I do? Level him. Actually, I'll have Icophonus and Fino will do the. I think Fino will cast level him. Or actually, wait. Yeah, we'll do it that way. Level him. Okay, and I have enough for Area of Denial, so that's good. Thank goodness. I think that's the implication, yeah. Still, just jeez. Well, I called that. Yeah, just this guy is like, guys, I can't stress to you how actually stressed this fight is with you, just because I am terrified this guy's gonna whip out some like goofy nonsense on me. And I will have no answer. So I have to be really careful. I also have to try and beat him as fast as I can. Because I don't want this fight to drag any longer than it has to. Okay, that actually did a fair bit of damage. That's not bad. Well, I've missed a bunch. Yeah, we're fighting the badman. This dude is terrifying, but we are fighting him. This actually does remind me a lot of the Ice Captain from Bleach. I don't know why, it just does. Ow. I don't think that'll... I think it stops the adverse effect, but I don't know. Does that stop the effect? Nope, it doesn't. Oh, jerk. Oh, you gotta be kidding me with that. You've gotta be goofy. So it doesn't stop that, at least. Okay, so Area of Denial only helps for certain abilities. Because it helps with attorneys, but it doesn't help anything else. That's awkward. Focus. Actually, let me... No, it's fine. We'll do Cremis, and then Focus, and then... I'm gonna switch to blue for a little bit and see if this helps. Man, this guy, though, is giving me trouble. Thank goodness Cremis can just be restacked as much as I need to, but... Yeesh. If I wasn't being careful in this fight, I would be in danger. Electro, I don't know. Alright, his magic stat, though, is... Okay, he's fine. Yeah, that's fine. I was about to say, that does not do a whole lot. I'm still doing solid damage, though.
Take that.
Just shoot him in the back of the leg. Ow. Sacrum. Restores 1,000 HP to the entire party. I'm gonna do this really quick just to keep my HP above a certain level. I am gonna do this instead of an item because I want to... I actually kind of low-key want to make sure I don't use too many items. Okay, damage is still coming pretty solid. Surely his bag of tricks has run dry. I do not think so. He definitely has something in the wings. Like that. He is attacking Fina. Ow. Do not kill Fina. Nope, she's dead immediately. That's not good. Crap. Cutlass Fury. Items. We need the Resellum crystal. Yeah, that is that. Yeah, see, that's just terrifying. Oh, hey, just dropped my teammate. Gunslinger. Hey, you wanna stop that, my man? Please? Oof. Yeah, this dude is just straight swinging though. This guy just straight swings. Oh my goodness, please just Galcian, my man, just know when you're losing. Oh no. Who is he aiming for? This is probably the 5th time he's went up into the sky just to drop on us. Please stop coming into... Whenever, you know, when most people say, hey, I'm gonna drop in on you, this isn't what they mean. Please stop. Oh no. Who is he aiming for? Oh, thank God, it's the guy with the defense stat. Ow. Imagine you get blown up by a crater, like you get blown up with something that big, and you just say ow afterwards, just ow. You know, I just had the realization during this fight that Gilder is wildly underleveled for what we need him for, so that's a little awkward. Actually, what am I doing? I need to use magic. Okay, you know what? Why not? You know what? Just... At this point, just try it. Let's see what happens. And we can heal Vice back up to full. And another Gunslinger for the fun. Why not? Did Gilder doing work for almost being 10 levels down? Yeah, exactly. He just has a high attack stat. I'm kind of wondering what would happen if he was actually leveled, you know? If he was actually leveled up properly, it would be insane. The man would be... He probably would have popped a cap in Galcian's face just the moment the fight started, and it would have been over. This is why Gilder... That's why Clara wants Gilder so much. He's just like the Omega. Him and Vice are like 99% of the power of all people. Just like... Can you stop deleting my status buffs, please? You know what's even worse is I can't even skip his moves. So every time he does this, I have to sit here pouting like, really? You're gonna do this again? You're gonna keep deleting... You're gonna keep deleting all of my status buffs, really? This is what you're gonna do to me? You're this petty? Really, Galcian? Can't win normally, you have to keep getting rid of my status buffs. Just really talking smack. Okay, I'm gonna double focus and attack. I think if I set up properly, I could get a full turn and just be able to lay down the smackdown. Ow. This is fine. With enough SP, we might be able to do this. All these considered, you came through this fight unscathed. For the most part, yeah, wherever my power wasn't carrying me, my strategy did. Please stop doing this. They're gonna do this to Fina again? Oh, no, you're doing it to... Oh, that's not good. Now, that's really not good. Can you please stop killing him? My man. I'm gonna pick him back up anyway. Stop killing him. I need him. I need him. Delta Shield every turn. I probably should have been, but the problem is that Delta Shield doesn't work on yeah, it's only magic, which... The only downside is that it doesn't work on magic, which... It only works on magic. Other way around, my bad. Sorry, hang on. Delta Shield only works on magic, which would be good to block if it wasn't for the fact that half of his attacks don't count as magic, which is a little frustrating. I should be throwing it down, but it's also like, ugh. Wow, I've never gotten to see Lunar Light. I'll use it later. I'm gonna try Lunar Winds just to see what happens. Let's see. But it would shield you from the Eternity spells. It would, I guess the only problem is that I look at that as it's just like trying to use some of the other abilities I have. I have to anticipate, which can be a little tough. And thankfully I don't know if he has any buffs on him, but I stopped him. Oh, that's not good. How many times is he gonna drop from orbit just to free fall onto a human being? He's even got the Goku aura. Like, look at that. Oh my god. Who is he dropping on again? Oh no, that's Aika. Please don't die. Thank you for not dying. That is appreciated. Okay, yeah, I actually have my all right. If all goes well, this will be the last turn. I gotta just hang in for like a moment, okay? Hang in for a moment. Item. And just in case this goes wrong, in case the thing I'm doing doesn't work, I have that. This is fine. This will work. It's fine. It's okay. Okay, yep, it worked as intended. Good. I was worried that I misinterpreted how the timing of this would work, but thankfully I got it right, which is good. Please be the finishing blow. Oh, it actually was. Got him.
I wish they were all that
Shut up,
easy.
Gilder. Shut up. You do not get to say that was easy. I was looking down the barrel of an artillery cannon that whole time. And oh, by the way, it shot me twice. Actually, it'd be like 3 or 4 times, but still. Do not end it stylishly. I am very proud of that victory. Yeah, eat it, Galcian, you big nerd. How could this be? I'll not be defeated. Reign of Terror is over. Look at his stance. I don't think so. You may have won the battle, but I shall have my revenge. What is the bridge doing? Well, you realize you cannot stop me. Just destroy every last one of you. Oh, Galcian, you big coward. You can't even... You lost the fight, so you're immediately just gonna hop in your little escape pod and dip? Oh, yeah, real mature. Real mature, man. Yeah, you thought he was too arrogant to have an escape pod. But he's getting away. We have to do something. Gets away, we'll treat back souls. We'll never get a chance to stop him. The pirates are tied up with fighting with the Armada. Huh? What's that? Wait, what is that? What the? Wait, is that? Beliza. Beliza? Beliza, wait. Galcian's blasting off again. Somebody's not right. No, you don't think. Beliza, what are you doing? Ramirez, how do you know where to get what? Uh-oh. Survive the attack on Valua. Wow, you're really, that's the thing you're asking about? Really? Lord Galcian, so many innocent people have died by your hand. Women and children bled death in the streets. As an Admiral of the Armada, I feel that I'm responsible for the deaths as much as you are.
Goodbye, my love.
Uh-oh. What? Uh-oh. Oh, crap! Feeling a disturbance of the Force. Oh! She just ran... They are dead. Uh-oh. Yeah, ships don't go that way. You know, I had like the inkling of a thought that it was like, oh, then maybe they'll land on... and they just got nuked. Oh my god. Man, mood crystals are scary. Okay, well, Beliza and Galcian are, Oh, yeah, oh, Beliza, yeah, So now what? You know, we kind of, dang, escape pod had a fusion reactor. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, Ramirez, what are you gonna do about that? You just watch Galcian literally turn into a mushroom cloud. You okay there? I feel like we're about to get that that fisheye lens look. Like we're gonna get that.
Why?
We're gonna get that look like that we're really too close to his eyes kind of view. It's about to go crazy. What is happening right now? You know what's weird is he was in this like center room. What, the mind break angle? Yeah. That's what I'm kind of... Whoa. Or Galcian, you shall be avenged. He's just about to activate the thing and just send everyone... Yeah, just the angle, just... What is he doing? Vice, something bad is happening. What is he doing? Is he just gonna activate it out of spite? Are you kidding me? Oh, please tell me he's not about to activate this thing out of spite. That'd be just rude. Ramirez is gonna use the Reigns of Destruction again. There's nothing we can do to stop him. Ramirez, please. What's wrong, Fina? Vice, look. What did he just say about the L? Duh. I beg your pardon. Oh my god, they're pulling a Star Fox Assault. Oh no. Oh no, we're seeing it again! Fina, Soltis used to be our home. We created it from nothing. Now we must destroy it. For 1,000 generations, we judged the people of this world. Everything we created was because these people did not measure up to our standards, but perhaps we were wrong. By believing in the people of this world, you have taught us a great deal. Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh no. Do not destroy the light barrier. We sent you here to help us destroy the world, but now we're going to help you save it. There's no need to be sad. If we had not created the world's Reigns of Destruction, the world would not be in jeopardy. Sake of the future, for the sake of this world, you must prevail. Oh no. The Elder's about to Majora's Mask this fool. It is straight up. This is a Star Fox Assault. Similar thing happened where, hey, Peppy is about to destroy the shield. Funny thing, another hexagonal barrier. Oh. What is happening? Oh, it is going right through. Holy crap. Oh. Oh my god. I just realized the actual magnitude of that explosion. They showed the clouds being moved by that explosion. That was actually close equivalent to a nuclear bomb. Oh. Oh my god. Oh. Okay. Yeah, the elders, god dang. Fina just literally watched her home smash into it. I believed in the future. Yeah, they sacrificed themselves to give us a chance of saving the world. I'll make sure the sacrifice is not in vain. Let's get in there. Let's go. Boy, it looks like it's finally time to go to Soltis. Huh? Jakba, how did you get here? How'd you get in here? It's what Fina's extinct people would have wanted. Carpet bomb it with your ship. And that was not a carpet bomb. That was a we're gonna remove the shield. Defeat the Armada. Most of the ships fled once the Hydra is destroyed. Time to go to Soltis, boy. Look over there. Yeah, that looks like Soltis. That's a shrine. That's Shrine Island. Ah, yeah, perfect fit. So Shrine Island is a part of Soltis, huh? Maybe you'll be able to get into Soltis through there. I'll go with you. Maybe old, but I can still fight better than most men. The rest of us will wait here in the ship. If you want any of us to take the place of anyone else, just come back here. Really? You're well prepared for a fight, though. You should never rush into a fight. I know. Thanks, Gilder. Alright, everyone. Going back to Shrine Island. We're going back to Shrine Island, where it all started. That was where the first dungeon. Back to the dungeon we go. I'm really excited for that. Okay, so we need to... Okay, question. Question. Not that. It is Soltis, though. To the bridge. I need to see really quick who I can bring with me. How does this work? Look how great of a captain you've become, Vice. I feel better. Three people come to follow you in battle. Right, Captain Vice? I know, but... Gotta go to Soltis. I'll fight with you. Okay, I do want to make sure. Can I... How do I switch people out? Mogi, how do I switch people out? Thank you. Okay. I am really quickly trying to double check because I want to make sure that if necessary... I don't know if I want to bring Gilder, Drachma, or Enrique. Maybe I'll... Oh, you know what? Maybe I'll just get that if I go. I just had the realization. Maybe I need to just go in there and then I'll do it. Okay. Let me just go. Let me just go and figure that out. Thank you, Lawrence. All right, let's go in there. I will, no matter who I bring with me, I'm probably going to need to hardcore grind as much as I can. Couldn't find a way to summon the demon. Ah, shucks. I feel like sometimes Descent Complete approach Soltis. Try to get through Shrine. Well, we'll used to be Shrine Island. Guess things are going a little too smoothly. I've been disappointed with God's Soltis that easily. Ah, I see. Some even demons don't want me. Well, to be fair, you're trying to summon them. It's not like it's you know it's not an exact science anyway. It's okay. All right, let's do this. Don't worry, Delphori. Summoning demons is also a bit overrated anyway. Try summoning something a little bit easier, like a familiar. You definitely want to start small with summoning anyway. It's not like you want to just jump right into it. Shin Megami Tensei 5 even was like, hey, if you're gonna summon things, make sure you summon something that's like kind of easy. Here comes the succubus. Jetta beam. This thing is firing some insane firepower. I want the demon from that anime. That's fair. There's a lot that, well, which one? Because I can think of a lot of demons that people would want to hang out with. Or she kills the protagonist and gets mana. Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I don't remember the name of it, but yes. See, I'd be down for if I summon any demon, I'd want something that's like could do like, you know, mundane chores for me, because that'd be kind of nice. I just realized also, why are we in the trench run? Such a cool sequence. I really like this. It's such a cool sequence. Like, we're going through the trenches and stuff. Like, look at this. This is some crazy looking... It also shows the scale of this place, because this place is huge. Look at this. It's like so the Death Star was run by a death planet. Boy, selling a soul for some chores. You don't have to sell your soul. Just sell, like, 5 years of your life or something. That'd be fine. Are there gonna be more? Wait, hang on a moment here. Yeah, it's like, it's as if it's the aesthetic of the Death Star, but spread out over a continent rather than a moon. I do appreciate that. We did not get much from that fight. I'm down for it. Get an update? Let's see. So, this week on the game, I've been working on a new area. Need an update of your game. I've been working on a new area, which has been really nice, actually. I'm putting together code for I'm trying to get the coding, like the sequencing, done for the true ending of the game, because as I work through the game, as long as it's kind of like I'm playing through the game myself as I'm building it, because if I build things chronologically as you go through the game, I know where to put in the variables and where to put things in. So I've been putting that together this week. And it looks like I'll be... I think I'm on schedule right now. I think. You have multiple endings? Yes. Though I will say that I think that... I feel kind of weird because I put in multiple endings almost more for myself than anything. It's more like, oh, I would put it as just like, oh yeah, you have one singular ending. Technically it'd be 3. be 3 endings in total. There is a secret 4th one that's in the game, that's already in the game, and it's just it was actually added as a meme. Good, bad, true, pretty much. Or well, it's like more like neutral, bad, and true, which true is kind of good. True is more bittersweet, but still. But it's more like neutral, bad, bittersweet, which is the true one, and then the 4th ending is stupid. It is just a meme. I am straight up saying it's a meme, and it's mostly because I don't know how often people will find it. Whoa! Wow, man, it just made me realize that we haven't been here in a while. Wow. 4th one summoning to Mickey. No, the 4th one is, I'm gonna just say right now, it is probably the silliest one. It is, it's mostly because, the only reason I don't like it is because it goes against the character of the person you play as. But at the same time, I just like it because it's funny. It is a very funny one. Wait, what? Oh, it's down there. Ah, I see. I need to get down there. Whoa. What the heck? Oh, I can just run across. That's right. Okay. Can I go out this way? I see. Okay. Seeing this dungeon as it is now is really weird. This is so freaky. And I'm gonna check it for posterity's sake, but nope. Okay, got it. It's interesting to see this dungeon so long after being here for the first time. Because this is where we started the game, and it's... Oh, man, it's so different now. We're such different people now. Okay, well, we can't evolve him now, so that's okay. We didn't even have Fino when we came here the first time. This was, it was 100% just Vise and Ica, which is... Wow. Okay, where? How do I go down? Oh, stairs. Oh my goodness. But yeah, I have... That has been what I've been up to. That is what I've been up to this week. I hope to have a new build done this week so I can hand it to my playtester and get things going. Oh. Oh, because this place was in Deep Sky for the longest time, so it's probably just all sorts of messed up. Ah, but the music's so good. I almost want to stop and listen for a moment, because wow. Oh, that is pretty. Alright, we'll do right-hand rule. Oh, it's got that right amount of creepy, too. Whoa. I like this. I appreciate this a lot, because it's this mixture, it's this right mix of creepy and kind of just, and also really mysterious, that's not like... It's not too much, but it's just right. I do like this a lot. Adventurers go left. I am very much a... What in the heck? What are you? Draco Sliv? The heck is this? You are red though, so what am I dealing with? Purple and blue? We'll use blue. This is fine. All right, just take him out, please. I don't appreciate Big Dread. Guess the grind won't be boring. Yeah, this is going to be good. I don't think that I am worried at all about this, about the grinding being boring at all. Oh, that thing is huge. I just had a realization. I just had a realization that this might be a rare enemy because this thing is a lot stronger than because it's a singular enemy by itself. It might be one of those rare enemies, so I think I just got a little unlucky on my first go. Stop shaking my girl around, please. Ow. My dude, come on. Oh. Well, that's frustrating. Oh, you can't focus with that? Okay, well, That's interesting. Curia Crystal. All right, that's weird. Has unique music too.
Give me strength.
At least, well, the battles have, you know, pretty much been the same music, but it is curious though to see where we're gonna go with this.
Let's try this.
The fact that I actually have to work for the grind though, it's going to be difficult for me to grind efficiently now. But we'll see, we'll see. At least Cutlass Fury still does a lot of damage, that's fine. The fact that there's just a whole dragon down here though. Just, yeah, here's just a whole dragon. One entire dragon, please. Hey, come on, really? You're gonna hit me with the full dragon? Okay, you know, we'll just go attack all. No sense in holding back.
Over there.
Ow. Okay, maybe not a good idea. Okay, that was dumb of me. My bad.
Here goes.
We'll make it work. Okay, thank goodness. Would it be scarier if it were less than one whole dragon? If it was less than one full dragon, I don't know how I'd feel about that. That'd be... If it was like half dragon, I guess it depends on what half. Because I don't know, that'd be kind of scary. That would be more creepy than anything, because it would just be like gross. Be gross and like piecewise. Okay, I did get some new equipment, so I'm gonna see what that thing does. What does the Value in Medallion do? Negates attorney spells. Ah, I see. Negates attorney spells, huh? Actually, of all the people I want that on, I probably would want that on... Probably, if I had to think about it, if I was gonna put it on anybody, I'd put it on Fina, but I don't want her will to go down that much because I can't, because I have to do that. Headless, tailless, or bisected? A tailless dragon wouldn't be that bad. Headless dragon would be, that'd be mildly disturbing. I think a bisected dragon would be the most disturbing. That'd definitely be the scariest in terms of like being disturbing. Okay, no, Ramirez is definitely going to have attorney spells. So I'm probably going to want to protect Fina with that, because I feel like... But I'm going to keep this on for now, because I know that I don't need to worry about it yet. Okay. Let's keep going, though. Okay, and these... So these all go to different places, I see. You know what's actually a weird part of building maps in a game though is trying to put together like build out what it would look like in a pristine state and then kind of like making it messy. I don't know how to best describe it, but it's basically the art of making something into as if it was lived in and making it lived in and messy. And if you're building ruins, then you have to build ruins that logically make sense and also can, you know, logically you can get from why it's this way to why, you know, from pristine to messed up, basically. And it's not easy. Oh, they're trying to, what the heck? The fact there are just robots everywhere is kind of worrying me too. Even if they're made of rocks or whatever, it's kind of scary. There's just robots floating everywhere. And Ramirez is going crazy, so I imagine that there's only so much he's doing mentally for that.
Move. Give me strength.
Thankfully, we have the MP for this.
I wish they were all that easy.
I think bisected would be the scariest, especially if it was bisected vertically. So like it's just the left side of a dragon, basically. I feel like that would be the scariest one, because I feel like if you just had to fight the left side of a dragon, it's just like, oh, it's all gross and you can see its insides and stuff, and that'd be too much for me. I feel like that would just be like, oh yeah, I have to deal with too much mentally for that. I would just be in way too much like emotional like distress for that. I would just be like, no thank you. Oh, we have to fight another one, huh? Okay. Actually, wait. I could probably do this faster if I actually use Incremis. Let's see if we can do it though. Yeah, I don't know that. The whole like now half of dragon, less than one whole dragon. Now I'm thinking about it more. It's like, ugh, it's like scary now. It's like kind of scary. I think if I actually use my abilities properly, this will work. It'd be a nightmare for the monster design as well, as if it's the bicycle size showing. They have to design its anatomy as well. Yeah, because you'd have to design it in a way that it looks realistic. And I know that most gamers wouldn't notice. At least, you know, consciously they wouldn't notice when there's a problem. But I feel like unconsciously it would trigger something you would be, you know, like it would detach you from your immersion in the game. Because that's something that's happened a couple times when I've been playing, is if I notice some sort of like, you know, fallacy, my brain just goes, yeah, that's not real. That's not right. And it doesn't fit the rules of the world around it. So it's like, really?
Moons, give me strength.
That's actually part of why my work is so... It's relative. It's like, you know, it takes me a while to get certain things done. Because I always think about that kind of stuff. Like, does this building seem like it would be lived in? Does this area seem like it would make sense like, you know, in the minds of the people playing? And there is so much work there that won't ever be noted. But I think that, wow, that's a big move. My goodness. But it's, you know, it's like that's so much work that most people don't think about happening, but it does. And not only does it happen, but it's also like, it's something that, it's a lot of the work that goes unnoticed by a lot of people. So if you ever see something that, like a little detail that makes your immersion better in a game,
Let's try this.
take some time to appreciate it, because I think that those kind of things are really nice. It's actually something that is what slows me down the most when I'm making my games, is that I look at a town and I'm like, but it has to make sense. There has to be a chain of logic, which I kind of wrote around a little bit. I kind of like, I don't want to give it away because I don't want to spoil the game for anybody who doesn't want to hear the dev side of it. But basically, I actually have a workaround for certain logical things. And it's a little bit of me cheating as a writer, even though it's totally reasonable, fair, and logical. But it's like, I basically kind of cheated. I basically cheated my way out of having to explain certain things, which sounds weird, but it's like, yeah, it's something that dang it. It's something that I've thought about, that I was like, well, how do I explain it? Well, I have my little cheat. And it's not even a cheat. It's just, yeah, this is how the world works, but it feels like a cheat, you know, where it's like, yeah, this doesn't, as a writer, it feels like, really? It better not be it was all a dream trope. No. I would never do it was all just a dream. Like, the only reason I see it's all just a dream to be a good way to do it, it would be DLC. If you ever make DLC for a game that you just want it to be a little bit weird, make it a dream, make it some sort of what if story, but don't do it as like the main game's story. Like, that's just mean. Oh, those animations are sick though. I like that the robot, look at the robot animation. They have like the little knockover animation. It's like the, oh, what are they called? The Boston Dynamics robot. But it is one of those things where, yeah, I would not want to do, it was all just a dream as a trope. I feel like as a trope, it can work, but it only works if your story is built with it as the core. Just throwing it on slapdash on top is not good, you know? Like, all right, here's a good example of a story that would be really good for it. Say you're making a story and the story starts with an accident. And like, oh, and like, you know what? Can there be an anime like that? where instead of an isekai, you think it's an isekai anime up until a certain point where the person's brain stops coming up with new information. And they're like, yeah, why is nothing changing now? And they get stuck in this existential dream of, oh, crap. I never actually got transported to another world. I've just been asleep this whole time. And this whole world has been a dream, so it'd be a coma dream. See, if you built the story with the core of it there, and then this guy goes through this existential crisis of, oh, but I'm living my best life right now. To leave it would be like, and it's him fighting, like, almost like him fighting the people trying to wake him back up. And he has to, like, come to terms with the fact that I need to make my life as good as the life I had here, or this was all for nothing. Like, you know, something that makes it more emotionally resonant. Because just making it all a dream doesn't do anything. But if it is in line with the story, some people say that's what's happening to Christopher Robin and Winnie the Pooh. See, I actually don't think that's how it is. I actually think that the way that it works in Christopher Robin and Winnie the Pooh, the way I see it in my head, and this is just my theory. You know, it doesn't. You guys don't have to agree with me. It's just my theory. I always thought that it was like Calvin and Hobbes, where once Calvin grew up and he stopped seeing Hobbes moving, that was that moment in your childhood when you stop having that wild imagination, when life kind of like starts pushing you out of the nest, as it were. And there's that moment. There was this one comic. I don't know if it's an actual Calvin and Hobbes comic, but it makes me sad every time. Is where he's sitting there eating with Hobbes. And Calvin's like, he takes his ADHD meds, and then Hobbes just becomes the stuffed animal. He stops being the tiger that is always moving. And it's like, that's what I always thought Winnie the Pooh was that it was Christopher Robin imagining it. But that's only after I became an adult and started seeing things from the perspective of an adult. As a kid, we buy into the imaginary. We buy directly into the fantasy, because to us the fantasy is real. When you're a kid, you see Tigger and you see Pooh and you see Piglet, and you just see the characters. You don't think about like the possibility of deeper meanings. You see the fun in it. You go on the adventures and you have fun. But when you're an adult, perspective is different, because you have time, because time weathers on you. Time is like wind. It wears on you. Ow. I do apologize if that got too deep, but I don't know. It's like, if you're gonna make something all just a dream, if it's emotionally resonant to the story, it's fine. You know what I mean? It's like, that's fine. But if you just make it all a dream just because you need a cheap twist, it's like, that's kind of lame. I hope I didn't bum anybody out by going on that tangent. I was just like, oh yeah, I just know this is the theory I have in my head for that, but it's so dark. Man, that's too dark. We need more memes. Can someone find a funny emote to put in chat so we can lighten things up in here? I don't feel comfortable like hitting everyone with the book on that one. That one's weird. I don't know how to feel about that. It's just like, geez, that took a dive. Geez. we're sitting here grinding against dragons, and it's just like, geez, that took a turn. What the heck? What do you mean you think this? Like, wow. We just fill in with emotes. Drifter. Both of those emotes are really good. The sweating claw is really good too. The Polar's got like the dragon. Just I need some water. My throat is killing me. It'll shut me up for a moment too. Oh, please no. We dance. We need to dance the pain away. But in all seriousness though, of all the things I could think of for writing, I think that if you have a trope, the best thing you can do for it is to make it yours. You know what I mean? Like, take a trope, make it better by turning it on its head. And even using the trope as is fine. Just make sure you know the reasoning why it works. Because it's like, I feel like tropes are always looked down on, but it's like, yeah, but they work. You know, there's a reason why they work and why we recognize them as patterns. because they're good. It's effective storytelling, even if it's effective for the wrong reasons. Blech. Whoa. Can I walk around in here? Peculiar. Okay, not where I'm going, but we're gonna go back. How about to the right? But I do think that if you're gonna learn, if you ever want to learn writing and you want to be like a better writer, as long as you understand why a technique works, or in any, this is in any field of art, if you understand why a technique works, it's good. The only other way I could think it could work is if it was known to the player beforehand, like if they ate a funny mushroom, if they knew they were diving inward spiritually or something. You know, it's actually one, I don't think it counts in the same way, but I think it counts sort of, is that Psychonauts. I think Psychonauts does it right. I should play that on stream at some point for anyone who hasn't seen it. But I feel like Psychonauts does it right by giving the player, it's literally a dream. Like, you're diving into people's dreams to help people mentally heal. What are you again? Purple? What is purple week 2 again? Red and green? Got it. I'm gonna use silver because that one's not leveled up. But I feel like it is like, if you started with it, it would be good. But no matter what you do, you can use any technique, and as long as you understand why it works, I think your writing will be made better. Your art will be made better. Even your programming will be made better. Oh, jeez. Apologies. But I think that anything can be made leagues better by the fact that if you know why a technique is used and you know how to improve with it, then it's made better. I'm probably going to need to use something to get rid of status ailments because this thing is putting a lot of them on me. You know what? This is probably a good time for me to use the Fina's ability. This'll work. But I do think that there are a number of... I think there's a number of tropes that are falsely yelled at. Because I think that some of them, it's like, oh, they're just fine. It's just, you know, they just need to be more... They need to be used in a more effective manner. I think it's funny because I don't even think I think it's a double-edged sword because I don't know much about tropes in terms of, like, the bad versions of them, because a lot of times when I hear about a trope, I go and look it up and I find like versions of it that work. But also I tend to be focused on, you know, like the good of things, which is definitely, you know, I try to focus on what can be good about something. Let's try Lunar Light. I want to see it. Haven't seen this movie yet anyway. Whoa. I haven't actually seen this movie yet. That is actually cool. That's very bright to stare at. Okay, that's really good. I don't know how that I will be able to use that in any capacity other than this, but man, that is really good. I do appreciate that this place just has spiders in here, though. Ow. But either way, I think that if you're good, again, tropes, good tropes, bad tropes, just learn about why they exist, and then you'll be able to be better at what you do. Even stuff like, you know, programming, like even in programming, there are things that could be considered a trope. You know, there are certain, you know, techniques and ways that people work that could be considered a form of a trope just because of how they work. And by understanding it, it's like, oh, you understand why people do the thing they do.
That was easy.
I just realized something. So, Gilder is probably the worst character for speedrunning. I just realized that. Because his ending animation is the longest, and I just realized that the cutscene there was taking a little bit of extra time because of Gilder. I just realized that Gilder's probably not even used in speedruns because he's the slowest one of like the ending animations. Huh. That's weird. Fun to realize that though. That's kind of cool. I guess we gotta go this way. Nope. Wait a minute, what? I actually did something. I did something that was kind of. I think I hit on a trope in one of my books though. I know in Eidola Tale's Green Walker, I know I inadvertently touched on a trope with the training arc. So, but even then, it wasn't really a training arc. It was just, oh, she went to somebody to train. But even then, it was like, it didn't quite fit the same way. She had Delta Shield. But it doesn't quite work the same way, right? Because when you do certain things, it doesn't work. It's not used for the same function. But it's still fun. It's interesting. Oh, have any of you guys, this is it. I'm gonna jump ship topic-wise a little bit. Have any of you guys watched the YouTube series that Masahiro Sakurai has been doing for game design? He's basically been making videos about different topics in game design, and they have been an absolute delight to watch. It's probably one of my favorite things that's come out recently. And the way he put it was that it's his way of giving back to gaming as a whole, is by giving is in that sense giving back with basically, you know, time and energy to make educational forms for people to see. And I'm really excited by that, because that's really cool. I've watched every single one that's come out. Hearing what he has to say about the industry is really cool, and like about different techniques and things you can learn. Now, yeah, I've been trying to catch up with Critical Role. Oh man, how far back are you behind? I am very behind at this point with the current campaign, but I am at least abreast with certain events. Mostly because YouTube can't help but put all of the those like compilations where they put 2 more episodes. It's funny because for anybody who doesn't know Critical Role, 2 episodes is still a lot of time. Because it's a D&D session, it's basically like watching a full stream. I imagine that if anybody ever wanted to catch up on my streams, it would be a similar task where you're watching hours of content. And that's not like a bad thing, because I think some people really like having it on in the background, especially if you can listen to it. I will say that my earlier streams, I can't actually say that they're good for that. I think they are. They could be, but like Shin Megami Tensei 5 and Pokemon Legends, I could not even tell you. It took me close to half a year to complete campaign 2. Yeah, it's such a long amount. It's such a long form, you know, just piece, you know. But it's like because you're sitting there watching stuff, and it's nice to listen in though. I think with Critical Role especially because they do the voices. I keep going this way. Why do I keep going this? Does my brain think it's gonna change? What the heck? I need to stop doing that. But if I were to ever tell somebody, hey, I stream, oh, what was your first one? I would not tell them to watch it. I must be off, good sir. Sorry, I've been all sorts of in and out. Trying to get rest for work. Good night, man. Have fun with the game. Thanks, Polar. Thanks for coming by. It's always great to see you. No worries about being in and out. Life is always happening, and I'm not can't hold anybody, you know, accountable for that. Let's see. What else have I not finished? Purple? Should probably actually finish that just in case we need it. Yeah, let's finish it. Stalin. Magic. Actually focus, and then we'll do Gunslinger just to see what happens. But you know, it's interesting when you have to watch, when your goal is to watch this kind of content. It's multiple hours of a thing, and if you're trying to keep up with what's going on, it can be tough. So once you get a sample of what D&D is, I wouldn't point to Critical Role, but Dropouts campaigns with Brennan Lee Mulligan instead. Aren't they? I would say Brennan Lee Mulligan is better for short-term stuff. From what I understand, I have not watched much of his stuff, but he's definitely, I think, a better better for that kind of stuff where, because I think Critical Role is way too much of an expectation. There's a reason why there's something now called the Matt Mercer effect in D&D. It's just, I think that too many people get this idea that's what D&D is. It's like, not everyone's table is gonna look like that. You know, congratulations if your table does look like that, but not everyone's table is gonna look like Critical Role. You're not gonna have, you know, that kind of level at every table. And it's dependent on finding a group that you really gel with. But man. Yeah. Apologies. I definitely, it's you know what's even funnier is I don't even think I'd ever want to be at that D&D table. Like with all those people. That is way too much an expectation to be like on and in character for 4 hours. Are you kidding me? I don't have the endurance for that. Like, you know, every now and then you need a break, you know? Like, I know they do take breaks, but I mean, like, I would not be able to turn it off, you know? Because that's just, you're sitting there just thinking about it too much. It's just, man. Actually, you know, I'm gonna go back to Ica and have her focus this time. But D&D, I feel like also, I feel like D&D is one of those games that it's definitely a cultivated skill. Yeah, exactly. Because not everybody plays Dungeons and Dragons the same way. Not everybody plays Pokemon the same way. It's like, it's actually, you know what? Okay, I just came up with a game philosophy idea that I need to talk about now because I just came to it. I don't really understand why people watch someone else play a game.
Oh, like all in a day's work.
If you watch someone else play a game, that is not, you do not have to do the same methods. You know what I mean? Like if you see somebody play, I'm going to use Dark Souls as the prime example. Just because somebody else can beat the game in like some crazy super challenge method, right? Just because someone can do it doesn't mean you should do it. You know what I mean? And that doesn't mean that that's the way for everyone. And I think that at times it can be very hard to remember that. I am lost. What am I missing here? Okay, I'm missing something here, but I'm not sure what right now. Let me go back up. But it's true in a lot of games. Like when you watch Pokemon, like Pokemon streamers, I've seen a lot of Pokemon streamers who are really good at the games and have this, you know, practice sort of, you know, meta, you know, this very organized way of playing games. Watch me play story linear games, play story linear story games because I may not have the money to commit to the game, but I'm interested in the lore or story. Right, but when you watch certain streamers, and I'm not going to dunk on them, it's merely an observation because I think that it's the right way to play it. If it's the way you play it, it's the key thing is that if it's the way you want to play it, then go by all means, you should be playing it that way, right? But not everybody is ascribed to the same method. And I think that that is the biggest thing that people forget, is that not everybody is ascribed to the same mindset, right? Not everybody is a speedrunner who plays Mario 64 or who plays Mario Sunshine, given I played Mario Sunshine a while ago now, and I beat the whole game and it was a struggle, but I am a speedrunner. I am not, right? But I recognize that, and by recognizing it, I think you realize that, yeah, this is what, you know, this is what it means when you recognize that kind of thing, right? That, oh, this is how I play the game. And if you play a game a certain way, you're not required to play it like someone else. You know, when I play Pokemon, I don't choose, you know, like the higher tier Pokemon. I choose what is available to me and what Pokemon I get. And that is 7,000 damage. But I don't choose the most optimal method all the time, because that's just not what I do. But it's really cool to see people play that way, and I'm not going to tell them they can't. But when somebody else tells somebody, oh, you're playing it wrong because you're not playing by this, you know, method that I ascribe to, I think that's where there's a fallacy, you know? It's like, this is wrong. You know what I mean? Because I don't really care how someone else plays the game, but like, it's cool to see what they do, but it's not really like it's not required for me to play it the same way. But either way, I think speedruns for technical skill is really cool to watch too, you know, because I think seeing speedruns is really cool, but it's not the be-all end-all of most games, right? I think that there's still value in seeing people who are less experienced trying a game out, right? Because then you can better scribe. No one likes backseat gaming, right? Well, even for it's not exactly backseat gaming. It's more like if somebody told me how to play the game, not necessarily backseat gaming in that sense, but not like someone telling you where to go and what to do, but how to approach it. It's more that if somebody tells you how to approach the game, I think that is more concerning to me. Because I think that's more of a annoyance. Where, oh, you should be going for these, like, get these weapons, get this thing, and you should be going for the most optimal route for speed and for this reason. And while you can see the reasoning, it's more about, you know, like, style. Also, I am horrendously lost, and I'm not sure why. Did I go somewhere wrong? It's not down here. There's nothing down here. What am I missing? But there's I don't quite know precisely how to put it down. But it is akin to, oh, if you're the way that you play it in your, like, because Dark Souls is, I think Dark Souls is the best example for this. I think it's the best way to put it down. Is that, you know, some people will tell you, oh, you should be using these weapons, you should be doing X, Y, and Z, and there's no reason to do anything else, which to me is just wrong. It's, you know, it's because in a game with like hundreds of options, why is it that there's only one right one, right? Because that doesn't make sense to me. I guess it's also a pretty pointed one especially when it comes to certain series. I think in certain games it's like, okay, when you're playing, because some of it is also like, oh, like Mario, like going back to the Mario example, if you're playing Mario 64 and you legitimately cannot perform a backwards long jump, are you really playing the game wrong if you just don't know how to do it? You know what I mean? I'm just gonna focus through the turns really quick. But I don't know. It's just I don't think it's a place of discourse that makes a lot of sense to me.
That was easy.
I do appreciate it though, because it does show that there are people who are willing to find the upward limits of a game, which I do think is an important aspect of gaming that should be explored naturally. You know, it's like, oh, if you're going to explore gaming, I feel like you're going to naturally come to figuring out all of these really optimal, you know, routes and abilities. And they might be some really bizarre things, but finding those out is still cool. And I think that learning them is important. Also, I just realized I think where I was going wrong, but I'm not sure. It's probably wise for me to grind anyway, so I'm not too worried. Oh, hey, it's Matang. Magic. Like trees. Just go for it. Man, this area though, I feel like I'm getting more confused because I keep like looping back on myself, which isn't helping me at all. It's definitely not helping me to keep looping back and forth. So I have to get a little bit better at keeping my direction. My sense of direction is a little messed up, and that's okay. All right, so now I have Electrolin. That's good. Oh, for sure. Like, I like watching StarCraft, and I've played it before. I do like learning strats to get better, but am I willing to grind it daily to increase my AMP and potentially get Carpal Tunnel? Nah, I'll pass. See, that's actually why I stopped playing Age of Mythology. Because I tried playing online one time. And I was just... I was playing Age of Mythology, and I got absolutely clobbered in one of my very first online games. Well, and it was my only one, really, but... Because I was minding my business, and I'm playing as the... I like playing as the Egyptians in that game. And I'm just, you know, I'm going through my usual tactics. Within 3 minutes, I see... Within like 3 to 5 minutes or something. Sorry, APM, actions per minute. Yeah, but still. Still, I do know what you meant, actions per minute. It was still like... But I'm watching this happen, and within a couple minutes, he's like, yeah, I'm going to end the game now. Sorry, dude. I'm like, what? And he just sent an army and just wiped me out. And I was still, you know, getting set up and trying to figure out what to do. And... That's really, you know, that's really hard to, you know, play with, right? Where you're just, oh, cool, I didn't even get to really do anything. Let's go this way first. Anything this way? Nope. But it is true, though. Like, there's a certain level that I don't ascribe to playing. And that's, you know, different games, it's different levels for everybody, right? Where when you're playing certain games, it's, oh, you're going to... With, you know, with certain games, you can get higher in the skill ranking, right? Where you have this, you have a higher level for it. But with some games, it's, you know, lower or higher based on the genre, right? You know, because, like, say you're really good at fighting games, but you're not really good at, you know, real-time strategy. So your levels for those things are different. And because they're different, importantly, you start to recognize that the tolerance you have for being told how to play and what to do to get better, it sort of almost goes down based on how much you play. And it's the inverse, right? Like, the less you play, the less tolerant you are of being told, like, oh yeah, but you need to be doing this and trying this. It's like, dude, I don't play this game for that. Imagine, like, Yu-Gi-Oh! Let me draw my whole deck, turn it OTK with Exodia. I really don't like that strategy. I remember, I am grateful. It's funny, I'm actually really grateful for the fact that in Yu-Gi-Oh! Now, the presence of hand traps greatly weakens the Exodia decks. Because the fact that you can just say, hey, are you trying to get Exodia? Too bad, here's Ash Blossom. Stop drawing, you know, just like... Or you can, you know, exile cards, your exile. You can remove, you can banish cards that, you know... I've been playing too much Magic the Gathering. But you can banish cards that, you know, work in a certain way. And the important thing is that you have... I don't want to go back that way. I want to go this way. The key thing to me is that it's also banned tournament plays anyway. Sort of. I know that in Master Duel, it's not banned. It's just frowned upon. Big difference, of course, but... I do think that no matter what your strategy is, I think it's important to recognize what you're going for. I also think that it's important to look and say... You know, this maybe isn't the best time to be throwing down some really crazy strategy like that, you know? But no matter what you do, though, I think that there are a lot of strategies that come to mind that work like that, where, yeah, how do you get better if you don't have, like, I think you can get better at some games if you have the right, you know, teaching and the right methods, but man, it's really not fun when you're trying to learn a game or play a game and you're being told, hey, you're playing it wrong. Like, no, I'm not. I'm just playing it my way. I really like playing, you know, I like playing trading card games. I really love Magic the Gathering and Yu-Gi-Oh! When I used to play Hearthstone, I used to play OTK decks too. Coming up with strats to do it was fun for me, especially mill decks. Drifter, I will let you know you're in good I'm very pleased to hear that, because my favorite strategies are mill decks, if I can help it. I know in Yu-Gi-Oh! My favorite strategy was vampires. My favorite deck was vampires, and they were basically just mill deck the strategy. Their whole thing was milling. And zombies tend to focus on milling, so it's kind of nice. But it's like, when you know the strategies you like, I feel like it's more about playing for yourself than playing for, you know, oh, I need to play like everybody else does. It's more like, oh, I want to play the way I like playing and run my strategy the way I do it. Even in this game, I imagine there are things I could have done differently that would have been stronger. Right? Probably a good example would be anytime I've made any grievous errors of logic. Blech. I feel like anytime I've made a grievous error of logic, I feel like those would be times where it's like, yeah, somebody could say, oh, you will just do better. It's like, well, you know, it's not just doing better. Get the silver back out. Cutlass Fury. Actually, you know, I'm going to do Skull Shield. And I'm going to focus, and attack. But I think focusing on the strategies you like is more fulfilling as a game, for games, than playing something that somebody else came up with, you know? Like, if I play Yu-Gi-Oh! Or I play Pokemon with teams that somebody else gives me, I don't find that particularly fulfilling. Like, there's nothing there for me to enjoy. If somebody says, hey, you should be using this strategy that everybody else is using, it's like, hey, I'm not going to, you know? Like, what do you mean strategy that someone else is using? What is that going to do for me? What is happening to Cupel? I have to bring this attention. For anybody listening right now, can you please look at the screen? What happened to Cupel's rotation? My man is straight broken. Look at him go. What is happening to him? Why is he spinning on this axis? That's not right. What is he doing? All right. Well, thanks, Cupel. I don't know what to feel about that anymore.
Moons, give me strength.
Oh, sound. Even the sounds are kind of breaking. What the heck? The concept of gravity means nothing to me. Yeah, seriously. Like, what the heck is happening there? My man is just straight up broken. Okay, question. Is he gonna fix when he goes back? Yeah, he fixes when he goes back. What the heck? He went back to Fina and he just fixed it. Nope, never mind. He is still broken. What the heck?
That was fun.
What is going on in this area that it just breaks? I don't understand. Is this the part of the game where everything just breaks? Is that how this works? What the heck? Why is my controller vibrating? Oh, there must be a cham up top. Maybe in here? Maybe? Ah! You know, I just had the realization that we're probably going to be grinded up and ready for Ramirez by the time we get there. Because, man, we are taking our sweet time getting there. My goodness. Okay, now Cupel's working. What the heck? I'm really curious what causes Cupel to just kind of break randomly. All right, we got Attorney and the... Oh, we got a gun. Okay, nice. For his neutral special, he will use a gun. Okay, it's just really strong. All right, cool. We'll take it. We got for all right, good. Well, we have... That's actually pretty solid, because that means that we have new arsenal. Where am I? Truly, where am I? I don't know if I'm missing anything. I just know that I'm trying my best. Did Fina get confused or hit with the status ailment that usually causes Cupel to do that? She did. She had the blue one, the teardrop. I did not know that that's what would happen. That's interesting. I didn't know that Cupel would get messed up with that. That's interesting. Hi. Hello again. Oh, big man. How are you? Actually, wait, go back. We'll do S move, Skull Shield, focus, hit. All right, good. Interesting though. I didn't know that could happen with that. That's fascinating. I am fascinated by the fact that that can happen, though. Okay, well, I did not use Delta Shield, so that's a little unfortunate. Yep, everyone has a tell for that. Fina's is watching Cupel usually. Ah, I see. Got him. Okay, good. That's kind of cool though. That is something I just maybe not have noticed because when I get a status ailment, I'm too focused on trying to get rid of it. My brain is so wired on, oh, I need to stop it from having a status. I need to stop this from happening. That I probably don't notice. Just use everything, it's fine. Thankfully, SP is not a resource I have to worry about, you know, leaving on the table. It's not like MP where I don't get it back later. I will say, looking at our levels right now, we're not too bad. We're pretty well set for where we're going. Okay, items. I am gonna use some Sacrulin. I'm gonna use some Sacrum crystals. Heal back up. And Magic Dew. We have 60 of these things, so I'm not too worried. I am not worried about going through my whole supply of these. I guess my only concern right now is I don't know exactly where I'm going or what awaits me at the end of the road. I got a Cham. It's good. Let's see. Yeah, every time. I am wondering if we'll get to Ramirez. I hope we do. That's what I want, but let's see. Callous Fury. I think I'll Delta Shield this time just for the sake of it. Might just make this quicker. Especially just if we don't have to worry too much about... Oh, I do find it funny that they all back up when... Interesting. I wonder... Wait, what does Icus tell them? I don't see what her tell is, but... Bonk. I'm curious what Icus is, because I can't see it. Maybe I just can't see it directly. I don't really understand it. Thankfully, this guy's not attacking very effectively, so that's good. And I just have the thought that the AI in this game does a good job of making it feel like enemies are smarter or less intelligent based on their, you know, perceived like based on their what would be their intelligence. Because this thing's acting more like a monster and like an animal rather than a automaton.
That was easy. Or
like a trained soldier. Because Galcian was very effective. Because he was attacking with, you know, tactical wit. Whereas this monster was like, you know, he's changing his attack targets, so he wasn't picking his targets effectively. Which is a big part of strategizing when you're doing that kind of, when you're trying to do strategy for, you know, like RPGs of any kind, really. You really want to think about action economy, where do I have more actions than my opponent? Or if not, and it's always 1-to-1, how do I make the most of my turn? And I think finding efficiency is good. I think that's good, especially in general, in a lot of things. Not just in games, but in other places as well. I think that there's a lot of places where people could you know, not 100%, but where they could probably get, you know, better optimized for getting things done.
Over there.
It's not like everything has to be hyper optimal, just finding those little things that make you a little quicker. Of course, this guy has to mess it up by guarding. Not a one-turn knockout, so that's a little sad, but that's okay. I appreciate that Ica can actually hit things.
I wish they were all that easy.
Yeah, I think that's why Gilder's probably not a speedrunner's friend. Because of that animation. Because he could just take too long to get done with his animation. Okay, what's down here? Oh, a matte painting. Basically. It's the same trick as using a matte painting. What am I looking at? Oh no. I don't feel good about entering here. Please tell me that there's a oh. If there's a save point up ahead. Give. Where? What are you talking about? Trust me, you'll know when you're at the end. Like when I was in the army and poured the instant coffee powder straight into my mouth and then drank water because it was suboptimal plate. I had to wash my cup after. No joke. I did this and so did everyone else. You know what, Drifter? That makes a lot of sense, actually. Like, is it a little strange to me and foreign? Yes. Is it optimal? Yes. Yes, it is. Trust me, you know at the end? Yeah, I'm also just trying to figure out how do I get that cham because it must be on the underside? Which, that's kind of worrying. Okay, let's hit him. Interesting. All right, but yeah, Drifter, that it's like it's interesting because it makes sense. Like I do get it, and I think that it's interesting understanding that though, because there are things that you know you don't think about doing naturally because your brain doesn't go, hey, this is what I'm gonna do. Ow! You just beat the goofy out of my man. What the heck? My goodness. But there's, yeah, I think that optimization for certain things is, I think, important. It's part of the learning. Basically, optimization is just a learning process, but given a cool name. It's just learning and you know, adapting to new information, but just given a name. Thankfully, because I used a lot of abilities, it couldn't really counterattack, which is fine by me. I hope this thing gives a lot of experience, because this thing is pretty strong. I'm going to use a Sacrum Crystal while I can. Let's do it. Ugh. At least these battles aren't, they're not like horribly difficult. It's just that they go for more than a couple of rounds, so you have to prepare for that in advance. Ah, he was guarding. No wonder he was keeping up. Yep. All right. Ah, that's just battle luck on my part. Probably get him with like a quick attack if I can. Yep, there we go. All right, cool.
We did it.
All right, so now we're, how much is that going to give me? 1,200. Okay. Bean's level 44 now, so that's pretty solid. I am wondering if I am going to be definitely giving somebody value in medallion, the item that I got from Galcian. I'm not 100% sure who's gonna hold on to it though, because right now, as it stands, everybody's holding on to a item that's really important for them. I am now beginning to be very grateful that I got myself a lot of items. Same time though, I'm gonna check everything. Another crazy thing we had were dried sponges that were pre-soaked in soap, so we could just hydrate them with water and instantly take a quick bath in the forest. That makes sense to me. That one weirdly makes sense because I've used something like that before. There are certain things that it's not like, oh, this is not the go-to, but it's the option for certain situations. And I do think that some people don't take into account that some people will do things based on their situation, not on... It's almost like just having the recognition and to an extent the empathy to understand that not everybody do things the same way. Like, oh, why would you bathe like that? That's weird. It's like, no, it's based on the situation. Like, oh, this is not at all what most people would be doing, but you know, you're gonna do that if you're in a situation where you have to bathe in the forest. You just have to, you know, work with what you got. It's not like you can just, you know, change your circumstances to make things, you know, in the perfect system, you know? Perfect system? I didn't cancel Land Burst in time. I had to check something for a moment. I like a half second away and my thumb is off the start button. You fool! Nah, it's okay. Oh, critical hit. Hey. Man, imagine if abilities could critically hit. You know, like Galcian's ability could have the rare chance to critically hit. Oh man, that would suck. I just realized I just had like this grand epiphany of my own game that just made me terrified for how, like, for playing it. Because I just realized that most abilities in the game can critically hit. Because to me, it was like, oh, why can't you critically hit with magic? That's dumb. Turn that on. And then I just realized that I've done that with every ability. And I just had that moment of clarity of, you really did make every ability in your own game have the chance to critical. Not all of them, but most of them, like 95%. Like the only one that can't do it is like healing. And now I'm just realizing, oh, hey Jazz. You doing okay? You doing okay? I know you've been right busy, and I'll be honest, I applaud you for being able to keep up with you've been keeping right busy, and I know that. So, hey, I hope you're proud of what you're up to, okay? 'Cause you've been doing a really good job. And I have noticed. The only problem I see is to enable critical healing. I'm tempted. I'll think about it. I hope things are going well, Jazz. Is the day going well? I'm gonna make a note for critical healing. Are you having a good day? I'm having a good day. It's funny because even the things that are going like a little wrong, I've been doing better. Like in the video when you crit while drinking a poison potion as an undead and critically. I'm tempted. But I've been doing well. I think even with the what's going wrong, just like a little. I have like a chest pain thing. Like, you know, at first I was like, oh, well, it could be anything. It's horrible. But then I'm like, okay, think about what it could be. You might have just pulled something like an idiot. Like I might just be a pulled muscle. It's like, oh, it could be anything. And it's just like, it's the only thing that's annoying about it is its placement, because it's right in the sternum, like right under the sternum, right on it. And it's like, if you have a pain right there, oh my god, that's the most annoying place to get a pain, you know? Where is that thing? I was just realized I haven't used the other one. But is it anxiety? That's the thing. I thought that's what it was. I thought it was like, oh, it's you know, because I do deal with anxiety. I happen to be, I'm not gonna self-diagnose because I don't, you know, I just know I've dealt with anxiety. Have you been breathing? Yes. Thankfully. Otherwise, I'm pretty sure my conversational skills might be a little off. But no, but seriously, I've been well. Like deep breathing. I like to deep breathe before I sleep, and that is my best time to do so. But no matter, like, irregardless though, when you know, it's like I've been looking at the problem like, oh, it could be anything, but then I was just like rationalizing myself to, oh, you know, it could just be like a pulled muscle, could just be something, you know, it's just something minor, and you know, and then I was like, well, how about to, you know, to like alleviate the anxiety of, you know, oh, what it could be. And I haven't gone to a doctor in a few years because, you know, not really like something you could just go do. So I set an appointment for a physical because I was like, oh, I haven't had one in a few years. Probably good I go get a physical, you know, make sure. But it was like, even that though is just like, oh, it's a little pain. It's not like crippling, I can't do anything kind of stuff, you know? For sure. Yeah, it's like, it's like if it was something like crippling, like I couldn't stream, I couldn't get work done, that would be like, you know, horrible. But oh, it's just a little annoyance, you know. It's like, and I tend to get a little anxious this time of year anyway, and I think that's just because September, you know, it's like, it's almost just like, it's almost muscle memory to a weird extent. Because, you know, every September we'd start school, you know, it's American schools always start. So it's like, well, you know, you get wired for a certain month to be, you know, oh, this is the month to be a little bit stressed, you know, a little bit anxious. And that's okay, you know, it's like, oh, well, you know, just deal with it, you know, it's, but besides that though, today was good. I got a fair bit of work done. I would like to say a lot, but, you know, I got a fair bit done. I had, you know, and I went out to dinner. I went out with my mom. It was nice. It's nice when, you know, we get to like go to like, there's this Mexican restaurant I really like going to. Got margaritas, you know. Nice, you know, child parent stuff to do. It's cool that like we get to do like stuff like that where we just hang out and joke around. That's what we do. It's just like now
that was fun.
Because that's what we do, is like we're like, along with like, we have this, you know, like the, you know, that's our relationship, is we get to hang out and do that kind of stuff. Door. Ooh. Ah yes, the gravity erasure. Wonder what this does. You got a kid? No, I hang out with my mom. Like, I do not have child. But okay, so that's a moonberry. That's not bad, but have you gotten farther in the game development? I have. That was I did get a fair bit done today. I was working on one of the optional areas. I was doing the programming for the boss of that area, and I also did some minor tweaking. It's interesting because I think that this game is balanced weirdly, because for the majority of the game, and no spoilers, but, and by majority I mean basically the whole game, you are a solitary figure basically. Like you are a party of one. So I balanced the game by giving the player character a lot of spells and abilities that allow them to have crowd control. Wait a minute, I've gone backwards. How the heck? Wait a minute, what? How did I go backwards? Or, yeah, I went backwards. I am very confused. Wait a minute. No, I didn't. Wait, that can't be backwards. That would... Because I didn't go in that bridge. Wait, what? Oh, maybe it's because I don't think I fully understand the concept. I think I'm very lost. Let me make sure. Let me make absolutely sure that I'm lost. I am lost. Okay, made a wrong turn. Go back. But I have been making good progress, and I'm happy that if nothing else, I've had steady growth and work through like till to today and going forward. I am earnestly lost. I have no idea where I'm going. I'm just looking at this. But yeah, no, I am not a parent. Wait a minute. Am I? Yeah, because I'm back here again. There's this Cham I can't reach. What am I dealing with here? I feel like I made... You know what? I think I just realized where I might have made the first wrong turn. I just don't fully grasp... Man, this area is weird. Okay. I think it's here. But I do think that... looking at where the game is right now, I'm not 100% sure when it will be released. I'm still hoping for this year. I'm like, my hope is that it'll be out in November, which I'm kind of worried about doing because of the competition I'd be facing. But at the same time, I'm also making a game that's very different, so I'm not sure it's a big concern. But we'll see. It's still, I still have time, and I'm gonna see where the game is. Oh, yeah, that's pretty good. I like that weapon. That's pretty good. But we'll see. I do hope for it to release this year, and I'm gonna try and get a lot done to make sure that happens. If nothing else, even if I get the game mechanically done and I can playtest it ad infinitum and wait for, and just do it that way, that'd be good. Because making sure the game works as intended and that it works the way I want it to, I feel like that would be a good spot to be. And that's the door I opened. Okay, go back. There's nothing else in here, right? No. Okay, good. Cool. Man, this place is weird. But yes, but no, I do not have. Going back to Drifter's question, no, I do not have child. I am. I have. I will just say that I have not had. Plainly, I have not had romantic involvement in some time. Mostly, like, at first it was just because of, prospect, but at this point it's... Oh. At this point it's more about choice, because I think at this point I'm just, like, oh, I'll wait until I meet the right person. And I think everybody should do that for themselves. Work on yourself, improve yourself, and then when you meet the right person, you'll know when it's time. There's no need to rush into anything. Can I save before I go into the scary place? Hi, Ramirez. Is there a save point here? Okay, in case this is a point of no return, I am absolutely going to get some items. Magic Dew. Don't need it. Okay, good. I feel you. I ended it with Miss Vietnam as well. Well, and it's like, it is one of those things though where it's like, it's like, the save point at the point of no return. Ah, I see. Okay. Oh. Luna, is it this one? Is that the one? Is that the save point? You don't need to like tell me what's past this point. I just want to know if this is the save point you're talking. Yep. Cypher's mother Jedi with the potential results. You feel like I had time to commit to that relationship. Ah, I see, Drifter. Oh, there's nothing wrong with that. And Luna, I see. Okay. Let me think about this critically. I could trust my luck. And I absolutely should, because my luck has been pretty solid. However, I also know that there is nothing wrong with a little bit of preparation. So I'm going to go back really quick, because I am 90% certain that if I am not careful about this battle, I am going to get cooked. So I'm gonna go fight a little bit more and get a little bit more experience, maybe, and see if that helps. I do think that looking at that, I am not ready to fight Ramirez. Because if I'm especially thinking that if Gilder's not strong enough, we might have trouble. Because man, that could be scary. Unfortunately, that means we just kind of have to run around on this platform for a while until we can get another enemy. You know what? I am gonna put. You know what? Yeah, I'll just put the black flag on. At this point, why not? Okay, so blue rogue patch, got it. Black map. There we go. All right, cool. So this is gonna be where we grind a tiny bit. I won't spend like, you know, like I won't spend too much time. I just want to I'm gonna do one battle and then see where we're at in terms of power. Let's do this and then we'll see where we're at in terms of attacking strength. And if we're at a point that's good, then I will likely just continue and just work with what I got. But let's see. Let's see. That said, we're looking pretty solid right now, at least. Just looking right now at our attacking power, I'm not horribly worried. You know, I was a little. I'm still worried because it's Ramirez, but I'm not worried because it's also Ramirez after we've trained. So I don't know if I have to worry too much.
That was fun.
Oh yeah, camera's going nuts right now, by the way. I feel like the game it's like growing unstable due to the time. Okay, so it doesn't look like we're gonna get a whole lot out of grinding, so I'll probably only grind a little bit and just get going because we don't need to do a ton. I think as long as Gilder's level 40 plus, I don't think I'm too worried. Because if Gilder's level 40, then I think he's within the range that we'll be fine. Well, I don't want to spoil you. Well, I'll find out whether or not, but we'll see. We'll see. Regardless of how things happen, I just need to be... I want to be prepared. And if I'm prepared, then I'll be fine.
I wish they were all that easy.
Thank you, Gilder. I think going to Ramirez would be a good idea, though, with level 40. I think that would be a wise decision. I don't want to go in with with anyone below 40. That's kind of my minimum right now. It's kind of a, oh yeah, this is gonna be scary if I don't kind of thing. It is interesting when the camera goes behind that wall that it de-renders a bunch of things. I do find that interesting because it sort of starts trying to delete things out of its way. Intriguing. Yeah, don't worry, Luna. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure as long as I get to 40, I'll get to it soon. I'm not gonna dally too long. I'll make sure that I get to see what you might be inferring to, which I have no idea what it is because I don't know. I don't know the end of this game. I don't know. Again. Oh, you know what? Oh no, I have the tags for first playthrough. I'm good. I was about to say I hope the stream has the tags for first playthrough because yeah, this is I have not seen any of this, so I don't know what's going on. But we'll see. We'll see. Oh, geez, big guy. Okay. All right, let's... I'm going to try and efficiently deal with this guy, but... I'm not quite sure how to handle this guy in any more efficient manner. Thankfully, this doesn't seem to be too difficult, so we'll be fine. At least this guy's gotten a little bit easier, so this is fine. We'll do it this way and just spam super abilities until we win. At least this works as a method, because at least being able to just ramp up to using Pirate's Wrath is really good. Yeah, and he's almost dead, so that works. That does check out. Ow. Just gets shot, jeez. Cutlass Fury. Attack, and Gunslinger for the fun.
Over there.
Please tell me that knocked. Oh, it didn't. I was about to say, really? Just gets knocked out by that, of all things. Say, all right, cool, thanks. That's good.
That was fun.
I should probably also decide who's going to be wearing the Who has the strongest will out of you two? See, I don't want to just get rid of Aika's power, but I feel like Aika as the healer and Fina as the damage dealer kind of weirdly flips around. So I'm gonna give the medallion to Aika. Okay, and I'm gonna swap this back off so I can get out the blue rogue patch again. Renders the wearer invulnerable to normal attacks and improves defense as well. That's pretty good. Hydration time. Oh, geez. Ugh. Need to drink that water. Thank you. I definitely have been off of my hydration. Yeah, thank you. Jeez. Ooh. Need to get my equipment going. Need to make sure I'm good here. Let's see, is there anything that raises will any further? Because if I can, that'd be great, but no? Okay. And he's wearing a blue rogue patch, so we're good. Okay. Alright, we're at an excellent point right now. I think once we get Gilder to level 40, we'll just go. I do want to make sure that I understand what I'm dealing with. Okay. Now then. Okay, these guys aren't too bad, as I recall. At least these guys, we are at a point now, thankfully, that they're not as strong, but yeah, oh man, yeah, that's a damage dip.
Give me strength.
It's good I test this now, and I'm not going to be just underwhelmed when I see the damage output that Aika can do. But I think Aika being on a more defensive duty for Ramirez would probably be a wise decision anyway. Because Fina dealing more damage would probably be helpful. And Aika's the fastest, so if we need heals, then she'll be able to get them out in quick succession. So it probably would be best for her to be on healing duty anyway. And thankfully all healing is basically, and healing and buffing is mostly relegated to items, so it's not that big a deal. Okay, good. Okay, level 40. And we have Electrolin on Vice, which does not do much for me. Alrighty, so now we're gonna go see what's up. Ramirez, you rat. Trust me, you want to do Delta Shield every turn against him always. See, I didn't believe you when you said that for Galcian. Or at least I didn't think to do it, and then it turned out to be true. I absolutely see what you mean for this though. I feel like the only downside to that is that I can't cast magic on myself, which is going to be, I'm going to have to drop my guard 1 or 2 turns. That's just gonna be a given. Unfortunately, use crystals for that. For magic? Well, no, not healing, but I mean like for buffing. Because to buff, you need to use magic. And magic doesn't work magic doesn't work if you have Delta Shield up. Nothing can go through. That's kind of the that is the only downside to Delta Shield, like going to Delta Shield's thing. The only downside is it blocks all magic, which is good, but it also means that, yeah, if I need to heal, I'm not that worried, but if I want to use like Incremus, nope, there are things I can cast buffs item-wise. Yes. Luna, you might need to know something then. There are items that do that. Guess who doesn't have any? I kind of kept forgetting to buy those because they did not make sense to me. And I kind of made a mistake there. So that's ODaM is kind of a dingus kind of moments, but it'll be fine. I'm sure it'll be fine. Because I will say, even if I had to drop for a turn, if I'm going to drop my defense anyway, I'm probably just going to be emptying the salvo onto Ramirez anyway. So I'm not all that worried about dropping my defense for a turn. Remember, Luna, I am at this point, I think my gambling is chronic at this point. Like, my desire to gamble with like, the gamble a battle on a single strike is way stronger than my desire to, like, you could try to do increments before you do the Delta Shield, but Ramirez is no pushover. Well, see, that's the thing. I know that. That's why I want to get, it on. Ramirez? Yeah, he's still here. Why did you do it? Why did you kill him? Yeah, he's going crazy. Why did you kill him? Ramirez, it's okay. It's over now. Come with us. Ramirez, do you realize that we didn't even kill him? Or Galaxy was the only man fit to rule this pathetic world? Yeah, he looks kind of crazy. He's the only man capable of saving these fools from their wretched existence. And you murdered him. Shall pay. No, not just you. The whole world's will pay. The rains will wash away all of you, I swear it. So Lord Galaxy would have wanted. See the fate of this world by killing the old man who could have saved it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, yeah, this is gonna be dangerous. Ah!
I would kill you. All of you.
Hi, Ramirez. Let me guess. Silver? Yep. Got it. You know what? I can't even do Incremus before I go in, so I gotta... Okay, so I'm going to Delta Shield first. Focus. One's on yellow? Yep. Okay. Alright, let's get started. Okay, so we're gonna Delta Shield first, because I don't want to risk it. I'm going to get up as much SP as I can and just start trying to deal damage. Okay, yeah, he uses Drill Nose as well. Oh yeah, this is going to be a nightmare. I do not appreciate that. Okay. Okay. We're going to want... I'm going to want to get Incremus down. Alright, I need to leave 3 up. You know what? Why not? Let's see if it even works this time. That is always his first turn. Makes too much sense. If you can get a status buff like that down early, that is extremely strong.
Your petty little tricks won't work on us.
I did also just realize that I could just do this instead. I just realized that Aura of Denial lets me just turn off Drill Nose, so I don't need to use Delta Shield to do so.
Move! Give me strength!
Okay, can you please hit for the meme? Please? Oh my god, please poison. Ah! Oh my god, can you imagine if I poison him? I'm gonna be in a... I would be in a supreme position if he was poisoned. Oh no.
There's light.
Oh, yeah, he is going into murder mode. Oh my god, this move. You just don't take Gilder, I take Enrique. I had the thought to take Enrique, but I think that Gilder might be a really good pick for Aura of Denial. Special that is defense for all. That is fair. That is fair. Delta Shield just in case. And we're gonna do a healing item. I'm gonna try and do the Pokemon tactic. Oh my god, I got him. All right, good. That's actually excellent. So I'm going to go with the what I refer to as the Pokemon tactic, where if every other turn you use Protect, it always works. I don't think that's the case in this game, but I have a compelling argument to say that it might. Given that this Ding Dong just alternates between doing that, doing the two things, this might actually work. Actually, wait. Delta Shield. Special move. Lunar Blessing so I can get some regen on. And then Aura of Denial. Also Prophecy. I will say I got lucky. I'm getting lucky with the fact that he's kind of just a ding dong right now with what he's trying to do to approach. Ah, you can do that too, huh? I see. I am so happy I have an answer for that. Yep, he can give himself regen. Of course he can. I don't know why I expected anything different, but I'm happy I have an answer for that. Oh, and his heal's 600 instead of our 200? Oh, that is a whole mean tactic. What are you talking about, man? Okay, yeah, we gotta hit him. All right, this will work. I'll set up Aura of Denial just in case he tries to do Drill Nose again. I'll see about Drill. I doubt this is gonna work. It never works. No, it didn't work. It never works. It never works. It's so sad. But thankfully this does. All right, get rid of that regen, boy. You don't get to keep that. Only I get to keep that. Thank you. Silver Tundra? Why is it with you and Galcian just having like these cool sounding moves?
Repent your sins through death. Sword of the Eclipse.
Also, why is Ramirez's voice so dang cool? Aika is getting sent to the spin dimension. What is happening? They straight up sent her to the spin dimension. What was that? Ow. Okay, I'm gonna need to heal Aika right away. No, if I can just make this work one more turn. Heal. Oh, you know what? Quicka. And magic. All right, no. Ability. Or of Denial. Okay, good. I think I'm doing well keeping him at bay because I'm making sure that his best isn't going to stay up for long. But man, I am really scared of him getting what he can. Even if he gets like minor buffs, I'm worried about him keeping him. What is this? Destruction? This dude just has all of the coolest moves. What is this? Wait, that's the same move that Galcian used to get rid of all my buffs. Please don't be the same thing. It's the same thing, isn't it? Yep, it's the same thing. Oh my god, you've got to be kidding with me.
Move! Give me strength!
You've got to be joking. The fact that he has all of these moves just to turn off your stuff is just insane. Alrighty. You know what? To heck with it. I am going to hit you hard. Okay, Sacrum Crystal again, just in case. Focus, attack, good. We gotta just hit him.
Let's try this!
I just need him to die. That is simply how it must be. Even if it's not powered by... Even if it's not being powered by Incremus, this is fine. I'm going to hit you hard. Yeah, that's a lot of damage. It's gonna be a gamble. Beware attorney spells. Yes. Which is also good. It's good that... Okay, well, thank you, Luna, for calling it. That's great. That is fantastic timing. All right, I will get this first, and then let's see, focus, just to make sure that we don't get caught off unawares again. S move, Aura of Denial. All right, yeah, I saw it coming. The AI thinks a little too well.
Let's try this!
Well, and it's like him and Galcian are really smart. I do see that. Because him and Galcian are supposed to be like these guys are like the final bosses. I would not be satisfied if it was just if these two were not smart. I do appreciate it. Ah, good thing I had that on. You know what? Pirate's Wrath. Do it again. Delta Shield, focus. I'm gonna use an item as actually, yeah, I'm gonna use an item as Gilder this time. Yeah, this one, I saw that happening. I'm just like, oh yeah, I think that's petrification that he tried to do. Well, I think his weapon has a special ability in any case, so it makes sense. My dude, stop doing this. My man, come on. And I can't even skip your moves. It's not even like it, like I can only skip my moves. You decided to do a whole cinematography, either that or fatigue. Either one would have been like a bad thing for me to deal with. You know, I do appreciate that the moons don't care. The fact that they're so impassive to the plight of humanity is great. Because it means that, yeah, you can use the power of the moons for evil. And that makes sense to me. Just a whole bag of jerk right there. Okay, just to keep the damage up, I'm going to... Yeah, I'm gonna Cutlass Fury. Cutlass Fury, Delta Shield, Lunar Winds to get rid of his healing. And we'll just shoot him. This is going well though. I definitely can't complain about how well it's going, because this fight isn't lost. It doesn't feel like it's lost at all, and I'm definitely not in a bad spot. I just know that at any moment it could turn on me if I'm not careful. Eat bullet, Ramirez. Is it weird that Ramirez gives me, I don't want to say the same, but similar vibes to Riku from Kingdom Hearts 1. Like, specifically from Kingdom Hearts 1. Maybe Chain of Memories if you want to feel spicy, but... Attack. Delta Shield, because, yeah, That definitely scared me. Focus. Okay, if I can build up to a turn. Nope, you're doing very well. Like, that's the thing. I do think I'm doing well. I'm looking at Alright, Aura of Denial. I do not want him to land a thing this turn. I don't care what it is. I don't want him to land it. I just know well that this has happened before where I'm doing really well in a fight, but at any moment a battle can turn. So I don't want to let my guard down.
Repent your sins through death. Sword of the Eclipse.
I do appreciate how cool Ramirez is, though. Oh, I am not sure Fina's gonna survive this. Her defense is not high enough for this. It was not. I was accurate. Okay, that's not good.
So sorry.
Ramirez, you rat. Okay, I will. All right, I'm gonna have to adjust my turn to compensate. Okay, pick up. All right, pick up Fina and magic. Or no, not magic. Aura of Denial. Definitely don't want to get. I don't want to get hit again. I don't want to get slapped while I'm trying to pick back up. Okay, so I do have a plan to try and knock Ramirez out in a single go. But I also don't think it's going to work that way, and I'm going to be left open if I try to do it. So I need to properly set up.
Sword of the Dark Moon.
I will say this move is very cool, and it's definitely it took a turn because of what the last time he used this move on me, it was missing some of that red. Ow. Okay. Pirate's Wrath. You know what? I got this. In Creme. Vice. Items. Yep, items. Attacking Crystal. No, go for it. I'm full sending this fool. I can put him down. I can do it. Ah!
Dance for me.
Ba, 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 ba. I got him. Critical range.
Let's try this.
Right, here we go. This kind of decides if my gamble was worth it or not. Get him. Get him. I'm gonna show you what's good. Check out my ultimate technique, brother. Oh my god, it worked! What? Wait, that's not how that works. That's not how this is supposed to work at all. I was right. Hydration time. Thank you so much. I'm gonna drink that real quick. Hey, finished the water today. My goodness. Got him. That was actually probably the coolest thing I've ever done. Drink your water, prepare. What? Sorry, Ramirez, but you have lost. How could you? You know, to be honest, I'm not sure either. That was kind of a gamble on the end there. Ramirez, stop. I want to fight you. I don't want to fight you either. So wait, Phoenix, don't going back. I will kill everyone in everything's world. I will not be defeated. Ramirez, what are you doing? Your god Zelos' power does not stop with the moons. Zelos is almighty. And only Sylvites can control it. Control Zelos, I shall forfeit my life. Ramirez, are you crazy? Ramirez, you knew is already dead, Fina. What, is he rejecting his humanity? Zelos, I sacrificed my life for you. Zelos, awaken, I command you. Okay, well, the silver sphere is kind of going haywire now. That's not good. He has been absorbed. Why Ramirez? You know, I cannot even guess. Uh-oh. Have they not learned from the last fight, finish them off before they get to their phase 2? To be fair, that thing is kind of transforming into a giant demon. Whoa. What? Wait, what did he transform into? Oh, he's become a moon god. Well, that's not good. That is really not good. That's Zelos. How do you expect us to beat that thing? Zelos finished taking shape. Once it does, it'll be invincible. Will we attack while it's still forming? Okay, so we have to attack it while it's forming. Got it. I understand. This is our only chance. Everyone battle stage. We must defeat Zelos here and now. Here we go. Fight the moon! Oh, he has some music. Oh no. That is the moon. Hi Zelos, how you doing? Now, Zelos, let's finish this. Maintain distance, see what it does. No, we gotta close in. How do you want to close in? Circle. I don't think we want to be like another be careful fight. Makes sense to me. This thing is terrifying. This is gonna take every piece of my brain to work properly. Okay. We're gonna have to play this one as best as we can. All right, here we go. This is the... I'm guessing this is going to be the final drill. Oh my god, you've got to be joking. Ah. Okay, I'm gonna have to... I'm going to have to figure out how to deal with this thing. So I cast Incrum and it casts Drill. Do they cancel out, or is it a... Ow. Wow, this thing is moving, though. Oh, that's a miss. I see. That's not good. Oh, no. Cancel out. I see. I am really scared that this thing is just gonna cook me. Oh, that did nothing. I see. That is worrying. It looks like all of Zelos' attacks are coming out of that symbol in the middle. I am not sure what to do. Because attacking from the front doesn't seem like it's helping much. Like, I want to break that symbol, but you gotta put things together. Jeez. I'm gonna say attack from... Well, wait, it's just gonna keep turning to face me anyway. I kind of have to stay in front of it. It's dangerous, but that symbol maybe is weak point. We gotta attack from the front. X cannon. I do need to heal, so I will use a complete kit right after that. And... actually, I'm trying to think, because if I use the X cannon here, and then... drill nose, complete kit, guard. I don't want to be too careful, but I don't want to be too careful, but I don't want to also, I don't want to get caught off guard. I do not appreciate this thing though. Oh wait, why did I try to use Quicka? It's not moving. It's not, it doesn't move. That's weird. Okay, that's good damage. Okay, that's good damage. Okay. Ow. Man, this thing is cooking, though. I do not appreciate this thing being able to cook me like this. Okay, but we are at full health, so that's good. We're gonna guard on that last one, because I don't trust this thing. Ow. I might need to just start just swinging and hope for the best, but... I don't want to go too reckless, so I gotta be careful. If I remember right, I think you can silence it. I mean, you can, no ship has immunity to being silenced, so I can silence it. That is true. That's not even like I can tell you right now, that's not even backseating. I know that, I just haven't tried it. I think it's because I've been worried about trying to figure out what it's capable of. And now that I understand what it's capable of, because it can cast any magic. It can cast any magic, so it doesn't really matter where I attack it from. What matters more is whether or not I'm hitting it. It is a I would guess it's a silver type, so I'm going to try this. We'll do this. Yep. So now that it's silenced, basically most of its attacks just don't work. So as long as it's silenced, I don't think it can do anything. Now I just gotta keep blasting. Yeah, this is gonna be easy. Yeah, lost. So I could just keep silencing it and hope that that keeps it in place for a while. The only thing I can't stop is if it uses the moon ray. Okay, that wasn't too bad. Good damage. Okay, so it keeps doing Quicka, Crystalline, Pyrulin. It's kind of cycling through a bunch of different elements and and what it's doing, so. I feel like this is far more a battle of attrition than it is anything else. And I think I have the means to stop it. Ow. Okay, not to dunk on the rest of the fleet, but where is everybody else? Like, the moon is straight up trying to murder everybody. I think we need some help here. Looks like Zealous is slowing down. I think we're damaging it. Now's our chance. Open fire. Attack on the front. Oh, oh, you know I'm about to go nasty with this. All right, and then item. I'm gonna use a complete kit just in case. Actually, wait. Let me back up a little. Back up. Cannon. Okay, I want to silence it first. Actually, I kind of want to. Okay, it's still down. It's still down. So I need. You know what? I need to take this turn for what I need to take this turn for what I can get. So I will. Let's see. I need to think very carefully about what I'm about to do. You know what? I'm gonna silence it just in case. I don't even want to risk it. And I might as well just shoot at it for what I can. Actually, wait, I'll do it the other way. Okay, let's do it. It's already silenced? Yes, but this will extend that for another turn. It is already silenced, but that'll extend the length of which it's silenced. Though I think it blocked it somehow, so I'm not sure what happened there. But you can extend the debuff if you set it up, so it's okay. Nevertheless, it should work. It'll be okay, maybe. Okay, 41,000 damage though. That's pretty solid. The fact that this thing keeps turning to stare at us is really weird. It's just bizarre. Okay, focus. I'm pretty certain that in theory, if I were to put together some sort of method to get a lot of SP in a row, I could logically try to get another shot like that where I just have a bunch of Moonstone cannon shots. But we'll see. Okay, now what's this thing gonna do? I'm actually curious what Zealous is gonna do now. Oh no. Can only do it once per team turn? Okay, that's fine. Creatures of the Silver Civilization have no set shape and can morph at will, just like Cupel. Perhaps when they made Zealous, they gave it similar characteristics. The character tells us what to do. We kind of need to keep attacking. We don't stop firing, we must continue. Like, dangerous? Yes. But we kind of need to. I'm going to heal really quick. Wait, kid. I'm going to use Quicka. Wait, no, not there. Not there. Quicka. I'm gonna guard one of these. Man, this is scary. So this thing is giving me major. I don't know how many people got to see this stream when I played Star Fox Assault. The Aperoid Queen was very scary in the sense that it kept changing shape. And I feel like this thing and that thing have a weird amount of similarity in terms of their powers, and it's kind of freaking me out a little because this thing's scary. Look at that thing. It's literally just an eyeball. Like, look at it. It's the moon, but it literally fires lasers. This is the moon that Eggman was using when he pissed on the moon. This is the station. It's a secondary form. It's our space colony arc, but if it was actually powerful. Look at this thing. It even has the big scary prong things on the front. Look at that. That's terrifying. And the fact that this thing's the size of a moon. Just imagine seeing this thing in the sky, the size of the moon near the ground. Like, that is terrifying. It's a big flower-looking laser beam shooting. Look at that. Get shot by the moon and get turned into dust. Thankfully, this fool keeps trying to cast Wevelum, and it's not working, so this is fine. Okay, we do have Quicka, though, so we should be faster, which is good. Good for us, at least. No, we gotta keep attacking. I don't think we have the luxury to stop. At least from what I understand. Let's see. Geez, I really am just like lost on what to do now because this thing's really freaking me out. It's spooking. Geez. We really need those extra points though. Okay, you know what? As long as I'm guarding once. I'll be fine. Okay. Fingers crossed that this works as intended. I just don't want to get too far away from this thing because I feel like he would just like immediately get stronger if we back off at all. I feel like that's the thing that's scaring me more is if I back off from this thing, it'll absolutely try to cook me. And I will never be able to close in again, so I gotta stay as close as I can. Okay, he is no longer silenced, so I have to silence him again next turn. I'm probably gonna have to restack my debuffs on him because I think they all fell off. Because they only last for a couple turns each. Oh, please no. The fact that this thing can continuously do this move, that's just nuts. It just can continuously blast me. I'm going to see that animation about 30 times before I am done with this fight. If not more. Okay, what is it doing now? Ow. Okay, yeah, we're gonna need to turn that off again. That's a little painful. Okay, damage is still coming down. We're doing good, but okay, we do have, all right, we have a shot. Okay, S cannon. Yes, we're going to need to take that S cannon shot. We need it. Okay, item, complete kit. We need that right away because we're probably gonna die if we don't. Okay, he has no debuffs, so we're gonna need to do. But we need that. How do we do that? No, Silenus, and then. Do you know Drill? Drill? You do. Okay, so I actually think that Drill will be worth it more to me because if we put in Drill and then hit the cannon, we'll be in a fantastic spot. So we need to land that shot. We need this we need this down. Take your debuffs, you big nerd. Judgment? What in the Sam Hill are you doing? Don't. Do not. Oh, that's not good. Oh, it is calling down the rains on top of us. Ow. Ow. You have a move the same name as a Pokemon, as God Pokemon. Yeah, that tells me that I am in for a world of pain. Oh, I just realized that's weird, huh? You know, I just realized that that's two godlike creatures that have the powers of, they have the power to like call down from the heavens rains of damage, and are also kind of amorphous in terms of type. Huh? Weird. Peculiar. I'm curious if that ever influenced that. That's interesting. All right, take your debuff, my good man. You can take the debuff too. I am now going to blast you. No, you're gonna blast me first. Got it. That's not good. Ah, oh, jeez, it looks so good though. It's terrifying, but it looks really good. It gets scary though. Just jeez.
Moonstone cannon, fire!
22,000, not bad, not bad. Okay, we are doing well on the damage. Good job, Vicel. This is Garzleti. I think we found an opening. Getting closer to open fire. Okay, I do need to heal, so I'm going to complete kit. And then I'm going to Electrolen here. Actually, wait. It's Electrolen. Yeah, let's do that here. I should have an item for the ship that lets me boost. Yeah, I can boost attack and power here. There we go. Okay. I'll use the first 2 turns to boost and then the last 2 turns to damage. And I should be able to put the hurt on him. Hopefully. I sincerely hope so. I think that we'll be in a good spot if we can land both attacks and we're able to put a lot of damage down, but what do you mean the April Wax missed? That's not how that works. That's not how that works. Dang it. Oh, that's not good. Oh, good thing I healed, but man. Be careful on red turns, never know if it'll be judgment or not. At this point, yeah, it could be, but man. Ow. I am so grateful that I basically filled out all of my healing items on both fronts before, like 99 as soon as I could. The earlier the better. I was able to do that. There we go. Yeah, I do know I need to be careful on red turns, but I'm also thinking I really need to land some good hits. I need to get my hits in where I can because this thing is not gonna let up. Ow. I feel like every turn I've had to get myself back from near death. Not bad damage. All right. Sheesh. Celos' claws to falling up just a little more. Yeah, I'm not letting up. Ready the Moonstone Cannon. You are correct, my good sir. However, I am definitely not doing so without healing. Oh my god, I am not doing that without healing. Wait, I did choose the right one, right? Complete kit, yes. Okay. And just in case, I am gonna guard on the red turns from here on out, but the only one I'm not guarding is that one I'm gonna shoot on. But I need to land a big hit. I really want to land a big hit for this one. Ah, he's not silenced anymore. Ah, crap. That's not good. Ah! I gotta hit him with the big one.
Moonstone cannon, fire!
Ah! Okay, we took a that was a big hit. That's good, but sheesh, I do not know how to feel about that. Wait, is that judgment? Moon Lament? What is that? Oh my god. Very good damage, but this thing is going to absolutely destroy me. Please do not kill me. Oh, thank goodness it didn't do a whole lot. Oh my goodness, this thing is crazy. All right, focus and then and I'm gonna guard for the last turn, but man, this thing is, ugh. Ow. Ooh, forgot about that one. You know what though? That is a cool looking move though. Like honestly, like as a boss fight, I'm so immersed in this because I'm just enraptured by the fact that this thing exists. Like, look at that thing. Like, it's huge. Oh, that's another. It's doing it again. How come you get to do it twice? Ow. Just constant. It is constant with this guy. My goodness. Ow. Okay, well, it's doing less and less damage, so I don't think it's definitely getting reduced returns for trying. Okay, based on how many claws it's losing, I am fairly certain we're doing good. Okay, I need to S-cannon. I'm gonna put that here because I need to do another complete kit again. I need to, oh geez, where am I gonna do this? You know, I'm gonna Silenus at the end. I kind of have, do I have to? You know what, at this point it's going to just keep doing that, so no I don't. No, I don't. He's gonna keep doing that, so I might as well just heal, turtle up, and just throw my moonstone cannon when I can. I do not see a reason to do anything else because this guy is just throwing hands, and I do not want to have to. I do not want to be just. I don't want to get knocked out of the sky. My goodness. I do love the music though. I just to talk about this stuff. This boss fight is amazing. Like, as a boss fight, this is extremely cool. Not to mention the fact that the music is just properly set it. These hands are rated E for everyone. That is exactly how it works. That's how I am. That's the. But man, I absolutely like this boss. This is really cool. All right, time to shoot this thing in the face. Wherever your face is, I'ma hit it. Hey Ramirez, wherever you are in there, I hope this hits you right in the balls. Actually, it kind of is all the time, so that's good. Oh, he's dead. He's not dead. No self-respecting final boss would go with only one phase. Wait a minute. I'm not falling for that one. If you actually die, I'll be surprised. You gonna die, Zelos? I didn't see an on-screen death, so I don't trust it yet. Never trust it. Never trust it. There's got to be a second phase, right? Right? Mystic Onion. Oh god, the onion's given birth. It's a blinding light, I guess. It is. I do not trust that's over. Ah! What the? Yeah, that looks like a piece of Zelos that just broke into our hull. Oh no, Ramirez has a stand. Uh-oh. No body, no death confirmed. It's not over yet. Dude, just die already! Now you should suffer the wrath of Zelos. Suffer for all eternity, Zelos will feast on your souls. Uh-oh. Oh no, he became a Final Fantasy villain. Oh no. What is that? Wow, that is not good. Okay, I guess we are moving right in. Let's do this. Okay. Gotta test the defenses. I'll Delta Shield right off the bat. Focus, and we need a Sacrum Crystal because I'm not fully healed from the last fight. Okay. Now this fight, I'm going to be as careful as can be. So this is a movie that he does that if you watch characters, you can tell stuff happened. Ah, I see.
This should work.
Well, I'm pretty sure I'll find out when he does it. He'll inevitably do it. Oh, you're gonna try drill nose on me? Get out of here, nerd. You have the power of God and anime on your side, and you're still trying the same tactics? Get out of here with that, brother. I'm gonna slap the crap out of you, brother. I'm gonna keep calling you brother as long as it antagonizes you, my man. My dude, I will continue to... No, thank you. Oh, God! Oh, that is not cool. Oh, I don't like that. Oh, I don't like that. Oh, that is not cool. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Are you kidding? Oh, and of course it froze me. Oh my god. Oh, that's just mean. Oh, that is 100% mean. My goodness. Okay. Items. Okay, hang on. Curia Crystal. Alright, Curia Crystal. I need to do this my way. Magic. Um, you know what? Yeah, actually, let me try that. I don't know if this will work, but God, if it does. Area of denial. Okay, do this. Oh, come on, dude. Oh God, he's gonna shoot me hard. Oh, that is not cool. Oh, he is shooting right through. Oh, that's not good. Oh, he's hitting everyone. Oh, you gotta be joking. Just random control. Oh, that is mean. As an ability, this is the kind of thing that a dungeon master brings out in D&D. It is just like the meanest like boss encounter possible. Hey, fight your friends. Just, I'm gonna use everything you've worked on against you and just make you really like just hate each other. Stop casting magic, you big nerd. That didn't work, did it? Nope. Dang it. Of all the things, of all times for that to not work, that's a little... Skull shield. I'm gonna Delta shield really quick, but only because I need to heal. Sacrum crystal. Think about it. Gunslinger. Yeah, we'll just... I need to land a hit on him. Can you don't... How much SP do you have? Dude. Oh my God. I'm not kidding when I say this is a little... My DM did that to us. Oh, this magic sword you forged with blood, sweat, tears. It's mine now. Oh my God. I'm actually kind of worried that I'm not going to make it through this fight because this one is actually getting me. So his whole if his whole shtick is I just realized the worst thing that's happening right now is that I'm not faster than him, so it's kind of turning into this vicious cycle that I can't get past him. Okay, I need to make sure that I get something. What can I do? Okay, I just need to get an item off. My goodness, I just need... That did 3,000 damage.
This should work.
Okay, no matter who it is, I need to start healing. Once I'm... Alright, this is gonna be wasteful, but I don't care. I know that somewhere in there he's gonna get a control thing off, so I don't care. Nope, he's going for Eternum the one time I'm not guarding. You've got to be joking. Oh my God. Oh, but it only just did damage. Are you serious? Really? Alright. Alright, I guess. I'll take it, but I'm really confused by it. Okay. No, just attack. I have a plan. Okay. Magic. Incremis. S move. Lunar Blessing. Spells. Quicka. Okay. Ooh, it missed. I am very much... Yeah, I'm... You know what, Luna? I think I know what I'm doing wrong. And that is that I'm not trusting my BS luck. I need to trust in the heart of... I need to trust in the heart. I need to trust in the heart of the game, dang it. That is what's gotten me here. That's what got me here. That's what's gonna carry me through it. I just need to trust in my ability. Watch, it's gonna only hit like one person. It's gonna be like Gilder or something. Well, I hit Gilder. I was right there.
Moons, give me strength.
Okay. That's fine. I can work with this. Don't I have a... What is it? What was it again? There is an item that I think actually works on this. I'm trying to remember what it was. Nope, I do not have something like that. Okay, got it. Do I have any magic that does it? No. You know what? How about one time, right? Just one time. Can you get poisoned, please, my good man? It's time to gamble. Check this out. Watch my snake technique. You will not survive me, Ramirez. Watch. You don't understand my luck. One of the very few things that I carry with me into every game.
Take that.
Ow. Oh, that's not good. My God. Ah! Okay, thank goodness that doesn't do a ton of damage, but man, that is very, very unlucky for us. Actually, I'm gonna Delta Shield because I have a weird feeling he's gonna try it again. S move. Ah, nuts! I can't do. Wait, I can do Lunar Cleansing. That would be good. Lunar Cleansing would be good. S move. Actually, no. Attack. We can do this. I know I can do it. Okay, get rid of the adverse effects because I want to make sure that we're not fighting at a disadvantage here. I do not want to be at any more of a disadvantage than we already are. So I'm going to protect myself. I was right! Get out of here with your nerd magic. No one uses silver except for you. And maybe Galcian, but he's dead, so who cares? Get out of here with your nerd magic. Let me show you what real magic looks like, my man. Actually, wait, first. Yes, okay. No, I got it. Quicka. Magic. Incremis. Attack. Okay. I have a plan in mind. And it really does, it is weirdly coming down to, I actually need to keep buffing because he'll waste time trying to clear away my buffs, which gives me, weirdly gives me time to handle the rest of his nonsense. Because he'll be more, because I'm going to do the thing I did to one of the final bosses in Triangle Strategy. I'm going to confuse him. Because I know I can. How about this, Ramirez, you big dork? How about that? How's that ruffle you? Oh, wait, oh, never mind. That's not good. Ah! You're using moves I haven't seen yet? That's not good. This is gonna hurt, isn't it? Oh my goodness, that is a terrifying move. Oh my God, that is definitely gonna kill him. Stall tactics are valid. Hey man, it's not it. Hey, how am I still alive? You know what? Not gonna question it. Wait, no, he's gonna do it again. Delta Shield item. Sakrulin Crystal, get Vice back in the fight, and you just keep shooting. I know better now. I'm not gonna risk that. Get shot, you big dork.
Let's try this.
I know better than to risk it, but I also know that I can trust my luck. 'Cause watch this, he's gonna try and use destruction like an idiot. Ow. Okay, maybe. Shenanigans, lol. Silver Nightmare is the worst thing, honestly. Yeah, Silver Nightmare is it's weird. It feels like the Omega Cyclone of his moves, because I feel like with all the theatrics that move had, that should have done like leagues more damage, and then it just didn't. Oh, the music took another phase. Oh, dude, that is hype. Okay, that an attack. Okay.
Let's try this.
Shenanigans. Well, Silver Nightmare is the worst thing. Like it should like no, Silver Nightmare is the control move. Oh, that's right. No, it's no, it's the other move. The one he just used. The name just left my brain suddenly. That's great. But the move he just used, it feels like the Omega Cyclone of his set. Like, oh, it's a really theatrical move, but then it does nothing. Silver Binds, yeah, that's the one. And now he's gonna use Destruction because he wants to get rid of my buffs. And then he's probably going to try and go for Drillnos or return him right after. So I have you figured out, Ramirez. Your days are numbered. Well, I guess your minutes, but still. You're not going to survive me. And get shot. I like that I can just keep shooting him. Yeah, it seems like Silver Nightmare was kind of the worst thing he had, and then he stopped doing it, so... I don't want to invoke that as a reason for him to do it again, but... Cutlass Fury. We need to just keep the damage up. Delta Shield. Sacralin Crystal. Wait, no, not Sacralin. Sacrum. And Gunslinger, because why not? We just need a... I want the damage. You... Of course he does it the moment I say. He hasn't done it in a while. The key music means you're winning. Yeah, now this dude is... You've got to be kidding me. The moment I said anything, he said, oh, on God? You thought I wasn't going to keep doing it? Nah, I'm bringing it back. My timing is impeccable, if a bit frustrating that it is so. Just really? Every time I call it out, it's like, really? All right, well, Delta Shield's kind of worthless. That's great.
Let's try this.
That's a little bit lacking in help and being helpful, but that's fine. Okay. We need power. We need to put our power back up again. No, it's gonna be this turn. I'll heal again. Sacrum. I have a weird feeling. Yeah, he didn't go first. Yeah, he's definitely gonna try and pull some magic on me. I know it. I know that. That is a move. It's exactly what I would do if I was gonna try and pull some shenanigans on me like that. Ow. Yep. The fact that I know this well enough that, yeah, he's gonna... So I think that means that next turn Yep, okay, yep, we're doing it. Magic. In Creme. Magic. Quicka, and then just shoot him. Oh no. Oh no! Ah! That's not good. I like that of all the people he grabs, he always grabs Gilder though, which is actually kind of good because he keeps grabbing the same person.
Dance for me.
Because I feel like if he was grabbing anybody else, I would be in like, he would stop my strategy. I'm going on a short break now just in case I missed the end. Just want to say this is really entertaining. Oh, thanks, Drifter. I hope that I hope that you get to see the end, but we'll see. This ending is coming. I hope that we get to see it, but I want to bring this guy down. The gamble tactic. Hey Ramirez, do you know what a callback is? Because I'm about to show you. I prefer teaching by example. Check out my move, the second time. Call it the sequel, boy. Oh my god. Eat it, Ramirez! Twice in a row now.
I wish they were all
Do
that
it again. Oh my god. Wait, what? Hey, yo? This can't be happening. Yeah, you died to the same move twice, my dude. Die. Oh, that's a pre-rendered cutscene. Oh. It's finally over. Yeah, we kind of deleted him, huh? Vina. Ramirez lived in the skies and died in the skies. We sailors, when one of us dies, it is customary to return the body to the sky. Would you mind if we did the same for Ramirez? No, please go ahead. Alright, bye, Ramirez. Just throw him off. Just throw him off. Wish they were all that easy, says the guy who kept getting controlled. Yeah, I mean, I guess for him it was good. Ramirez, may you rest in peace. Goodbye, Ramirez. Every time he says I wish they were all that easy, I just was thinking, man, you really had to say that with this fight? Goodbye, Soltis. Oh, and the music. Oh, man. Oh, boy. There it goes. Back into the depths you go. Man. You know, I will say, besides the bosses that I lost, I just realized that I don't think I ever lost a boss fight. Soltis. Yep, it's gone. Bye, Ramirez. And goodbye, big hole in the sky. Oh, what's next? I've already sailed around the world, and there's no more use for the moon crystals anymore. What are you talking about? Since when did we need a reason to sail? We're still young. Who knows what kind of trouble we could still get into? So, Cat Device, where do we go from here? I have something to ask of you. Well, it'd be honored if you let me continue to sail with you. We wouldn't have it any other way. Aww. Of course you could say all those. Aww. This is adorable. Oh wow, it's all so touching. Why didn't you all come with us? Doesn't sound like a bad idea, but I should probably return to my ship. My men must be going crazy without me. I'll return to the Claudia and continue my search for the good life. So I want to be a fisherman again. I want to live the rest of my life in peace out of respect for Jack and for Rockman. Rike, what about you? Must return to Valua. Someone needs to organize the survivors and start rebuilding. I understand. Good luck, everyone. Aww. And we all get to go our separate ways. Hey, what about us? Aren't we your friends too? Why should they get all the attention? Kara, please, we just saved the world together. Can't you just enjoy the moment? Dinah's just like, son, I'd be honored if you call me dad from now on. Can we get something to eat around here? Oh, jeez. Hey, the big guy's a point. I think this calls for a party. Never thought I'd agree with Baltor. Everyone back to Crescent Isle for the biggest feast in history. Oh. Yeah. We get to throw a party. Yeah, this is gonna be good. Aw, man. We actually won. You know what? Of all the things, though, that I had to see today, I don't know if getting affirmation that my gambling mindset for playing RPGs is a good thing. Like, the fact that I hinged on a gamble twice and survived, and not only survived, but finished the fight on that, I don't know how to feel about that. That seems like a weird lesson to carry, but man. Alright, we better get an epilogue. I want to see what happens. Oh, doves. Very easily symbolic for peace. Oh, one of my all-time favorite quotes is at the end. We're gonna see it. I always stay to the very end. Oh my goodness. Mogi, Princess Mogi and Enrique get married? Oh. Oh, that's so precious. Oh my goodness, that's adorable. I'm so happy for that. That's great. Oh, and Nasser got rebuilt. Nazarad. That child just ate it. My goodness. Aw. The child just ate it. Oh, Itataka. In Yafutoma, they're showing people around. Meeting new people. Why are they just on an island? That's great. Oh, and Valua. They're rebuilding with Mogi at his side. Oh my goodness, she got an outfit. And they gave him an eye patch. They gave Cupil an eye patch. Oh my god, it's so good. Oh man. That's the end of the game. Oh, and they get to give us the little epilogue thing by giving us books. Oh man. You know what? I'm so happy I got to play this. I'm really happy that I got to play this. Like, getting to see it to its end too, especially. And this was a fantastic journey. It was a very fun game, and having seen this to its end, I definitely see why this is a lot of people's favorite, RPGs. And it definitely holds up even today. Like, a lot of what it does is so good. And it really did. It kept up. There are a lot of games nowadays I can think of that don't even stack up, where it's like, it does have a lot of charm. And I think that it does a lot it speaks a lot of what can be made when you put, and you can tell this was made with a lot of love. Belle. And a lot of the writing was really good. The pages that are blank are the crew members you missed. I'm back, and I guess I missed the end. I did beat Ramirez Drifter with the very move I got him with the first time, which was using Increm and then slapping him in the face with Pirate's Wrath. But man, and there's so many different things it does. It's like how it does character, with how it writes characters, with how it handles the world building, all of the different pieces that it was handling and moving around. It was able to handle it. It was handling it in this way that it handled it in a very masterful way. And I think that there are a lot of things that there's a lot of things that this game can teach somebody if they want to learn to make games like this. Not even mentioning the fact that just as a game to play, this is astounding. And I really appreciate what this game did. And obviously for me as a player, this is a fantastic time. And getting to see it to its end it's really nice. Marco. The first admiral of the new armada. Ah, Marco. That's great. Robinson, he returned home for good. Now has 10 children with Polly and is happily living with it. He had 10 children with Polly after getting back? Oh my god. Man was busy. A capital B. That's amazing. Oh. Yeah, no matter how you play this game though, I can only recommend it. I can't recommend it enough. And man, getting to see this game this far was really nice. I'm grateful I got to play this one. Soon after the battle, he died a happy fisherman. Now the story of Drachma and Rockdom is told in ports everywhere. Aw. Enrique is building new value and empire. Together with his wife Mogi, they rule with compassion. I will say, most people, I imagine that some people would skip the credits or like do anything. For me, it's tradition to always watch the credits to their very end. And when you first beat a game. Vice Iconfina. A young boy had a dream, a young girl had passion, a mysterious stranger had a mission, and the world will forever know their story. Aw. As long as there are dreamers who have the courage to pursue their dreams, the world will have heroes. As long as there are thirsts to discover the unknown, there will be new stories to tell and new adventures to be had. The end. Oh man. You know, I'm actually a little sad. It's bittersweet, you know, where it's like I got to see the end, and I'm really happy I did. But now it's like, oh, it's over. Oh, the game's over now, huh? You did very well on your own. Pretty close to the highest ranking for Vice too. I can only guess that I did pretty well. So I do recognize that I probably could have gotten a little more 100% wise, but that's okay. I did really good and I got to see the game to its end. I'm going to mute the game for a moment. Wait, what? Ah, no, it's the intro thing again. So thank you guys for stopping by. I'm really happy we got to see this game to its end. Man. What can I say other than it's just a fantastic game? So, I will be starting a new game next week on Wednesday. I actually have a game in mind, so I will be starting something new next week. But tomorrow I'm also starting something new, which is seems like we're changing seasons as we're going into September, huh? So I really hope that I can. Any hints? For tomorrow, this game's been known for a while. We're gonna be playing ActRaiser Renaissance. For next Wednesday, we're going to be playing a game its name is quite literally a number, and it will probably be the game that takes us through. It might take us through September on Wednesdays, but we'll see. I am sort of trying to adjust my schedule so that when the next game dev stream, I'm not 100% sure because I do want to. I'm in a tough spot right now. 999. No, but good guess. My next game dev stream, I want to do it in a place where I can show. I do kind of want to do it in a place where I can show more tangible progress without spoiling the game. So I'm not sure how I'm going to do another stream yet until I have, aesthetic, artwork to put in front of you. But What it might be is I also have to work on a save file so that I have a save file to show you guys. So we'll have to wait and see on the next game dev stream. But I do know that whenever I hit 200 followers, we're going to be doing an art stream. So, and that will be you guys helping me make a new emote. So we'll see. We will see where that ends up. But that will have to wait for another time. For now, I'm gonna I'm gonna call it for tonight. Thank you guys so much for coming by, and thank you to everyone who was here who didn't get to see the end, and thank you to everyone who got to see me through the series. I think that this has been a very fun time. This is an excellent game, and I'm happy I made a lot of new friends getting to play it. So until the next time I get to talk to you guys, now and whenever, goodbye for now. Good night.